Howdy. My name is Andrew Mbaruk. Here are 16 bars. Idly wandering the sides of roads, homeless as oxygen, a wild ghost approaching as the cautious ibex. I've stopped taking my mind meds, dead serious with Dostoevsky cares, statuesque with sexy stares, these MC squares on Einstein's coat flaps, iterating their finite vocabs, rhymes written in the margins of your letter, lines fictive as Sergeant Pepper, this quick arts extending tendrils, constricting your heart with the sentimental, commodified as jouissance, copywriting this unique sauce, piquant as their big red sun, feeling needed as Nicorette gum. All right. Here's 16 more bars. Entering your brain through the ears, mentally deranged as King Lear, listening to thoughts as they mutate, as anesthetic of the toothache, sublime as the truth Shakespearean, rhymes essential to the human experience, despair and joy of gain and loss, Andrew Mbaruk nailed to the cross, passages I've heard make knaves of kings, this mad verbal display of the shape of things, happy birthday David Lynch, the gravid wordplay of ancient chimps, acquainted with life's raw nonsense, wasting his life on his audience, psychotic as the theme park architect, acknowledging the beef heart art threat. All right. Yeah. Bars. Asleep in amniotic fluid, the weird rappers rock music, this Greek math taught by Euclid, through green plants to Kant's students, this growing wilderness in the womb, this poet illiterate as the moon, with no certificate to review, words shift specific to his mood, blurted vivid as the shroom-induced, curling images of the truth untrue, when even light is affected by gravity, believing in life is deadly madly, believing in life is deadly madly, the adverb that had to be. People doubt the poet's decisions, his greenhouse ghost emissions. He speeds about as the soul of a fish swims, indeed without even knowing his system, an apology for his thunderous war power. This property's under 24-hour video surveillance, his simple flow and cadence. I float in morphine light, massaging the shoulders of the night as overdoses spike. I pace, holding the mic, working to make poetry like those great Homers and Christs, those ancient Sapphos and Buddhas, throwing the basketball into the hoop above. As angels, the librarians of time paint golden chariots that climb in great stone basins of wine, this Beethoven playing the ninth. Rap God. Rap God. Rap God. This rap god haters reject. This Dracula caught with his fangs in the neck. This slack jaw and the razor's edge. This phantom prophet shaving in bed. This flash mob aimlessly led. These cat calls and racist epithets. This black water and stale bread. This black chopper spraying lead. The bastard father baby regret. Standoffish failing to connect. This flat top atop my ancient head, whose mad thoughts invade your own head. This rap god prayers protect, ancient as Amenhotep, great as the heavens open and wet, bent over the west, yellow, orange, and red, naughty as philosophy's Leninists, gaudy as the body electric. This god we need to credit, this anarchist chemist, his terror plot, black Marxist feminist daring to talk, flapping these black wings, trees dancing, free raps in the wind, these shattered plinths, gravid within with fascinating stems, these languages in the wind, dangling from pins, as the vinyl playing, these signifying chains. Thoughts of a dry brain drops from his eyes in the rain, as this fire sprayed by the dragon, this giant space alien, clothed in non sequiturs, disclosing God's message to the world, coldly watching the literature burn, these boats we gnaw as the ship worms, afloat atop the Pacific Ocean, as slow thoughts adrift over them, disclosing his plot, the poet within, writing the letters he sent home, like setting a precious stone. As I inject the methadone, it's natural to fantasize about Atlantis. As cancer metastasizes in the animals we test, it's natural to dramatize their dance of death, becoming matter's blind ecstasy, something the rapper might envy, lines thoughtlessly erased, united with rocks in space. As letters merge with the blank page, we stay encaged in definition, till death blurs as gray shades these gay days and death's wisdom grimly reaping, this television dimly gleaming, for the benefit of Drake and his crew, red shifting away from you, making it new. I leapt quick as the kangaroo, better than scissors, paper, and glue. These men stripped naked as the truth, blank as the night's canopy under smog, planted in tragedy these underdogs, wondrous odd, their stuttering talk as crumbling rocks these syllables, drunk as God and his miracles, drunk as God and as tearful, drunk as the God we fear as an ocean voyage, drunk as the bottle of beer post-coitus, drunk as the novelist and his hero Stephen Dedalus, upon ancient pages collecting dust. Congregating in this style ad hoc and overture, traversing another black October, the man a perverted random boner, snatching words out of Bram Stoker, recycling literary words from Dracula, these brightly flickering words oracular, this disorder of the night, this Christ composed of seafood and rice, truths inconvenient in Hebrew writes these secrets lost as the key to his bike. These green and blue dice God throws through the ink black nothing as you'd flick a cigarette. The wings of a bat fluttering this risible Icarus. An idiot. And when it comes to rap, I'm a seductress, a cunningly passionate lover of sex, unabashedly fucking amid the unrest, the rational cousin of the cousin of death, sleeping with poetry itself and fathering a style of improvisation odder than spraying your mind upon the pavement, staying alive as Sir Christwriter's resurrection, positioned as the yogi in lifelike meditation. Sir Christwriter, Sir Christwriter, Sir Christwriter, Sir Christwriter, Sir Christwriter, Sir Christwriter's dead. I love the newspapers of the 90s. I love the true shapers of society. The Republic of Plato on fire in Greece, harumph of the painful ire within thee, and not without irony. His style was free as the villanelle, as a witch's spell. Their tribal glee as you visit hell. These minds that leap over citadels into the ciel orange dwell in songs entirely of the moment. His rhymes green as the ocean. This mind-free zone is fun, where I'm free to own a gun and speak this through the technology. A rebus over music awkward as me, a weakness for the truth, our doctored beliefs, their genius reduced to the body. These unbalanced humors sounds like the dream of Vancouver, till riding these great green waves I careen doomward. No Japanese maples, no gravity's rainbow, no more jabs under the table, no more raps unexplainable, no noumena, no phenomenon, no moon above, no tombstones, no true love, no blues alone, no group hug, no news from home, no more moths lively among the hydrangeas, no trying to remember what my name was, no Arthur, no Andrew, no Ambrose, no Amos, no names, no date of birth, no mazes, no paperwork, no more taxes, no more death, no form or pattern, no warm breath. Alas. Experimental as Martian medicine, these intellectuals of Armageddon, running from the mind and becoming Father Time, progressing as the blight, believing himself the night, Giant fans helicopter the air to those rappers who dare to slay Goliath. The blood's not dry yet, and forgetting the butterfly effect upset the fragile spider's web, stepping on hands that would fire at his head, terminating rhyme fest. How shall our minds be led, as fucking to their deep shame, blushing as the trees aflame? These people are all the same. Being grand as the Rocky Mountains, an evil man who shot his accountant, these demon scams and lost thousands, a street black as the font or fountain of meaning we babble, this travel of the basketball through the peace region, a Picasso of 3D cinema, taking by storm the form, breaking morals and norms, exploring their composition, a Satan deploring reform, mourning in opposition, spreading cholera as hitmen, assassinate such literary men as Salman Rushdie, Mordecai Richler, Michael Ondaatje, whose warm style of literature enrages the simpler poets of limbo, whose pages of winter snow crystals were frozen to the window, cold and invisible. This reality changing harmony, maladies changing the melodies, this hysteria and melancholy, the men's folly adopted as we rise to power. Then we volley rocks at the ivory tower, as the song's obvious rhymes devour. Men like air, with a poetry that cares, as bent as the chair in a chair. We dare to conform to poetry's shapes, to perform for the tape, to ignite and incite the best medicine. To write is to fight as the feminine. A mob of literary snobs, this milieu we mimic, as bleeding shot by the cops, this Sylvia frigid, untouched by the literary scenes, wondering what the fritillary means, hovering under the glitter and the gleam of the king's thunderous belittling of the queens, never caring about the rejection, daring to joust with the best of them, this Mary Elizabeth Coleridge, whose very existence is protest, pairing the wisdom with her joke and jest, uncaring her quips that provoke the intellect, till the air is thick and cold with his death, ejecting Berryman into space, electing a Mary in his place. These Emily Dickinsons, barely existent to him, this figure for the patriarchy, this nigger at Drake's party, his legitimate male charlatanry, fake artistry, this pill we take to start to see the real way to mark the real. This reality changing harmony, maladies changing the melodies, this hysteria and melancholy, the men's folly adopted as we rise to power. Then we volley rocks at the ivory tower, as the song's obvious rhymes devour. Men like air with a poetry that cares, as bent as the chair in a chair. We dare to conform to poetry's shapes, to perform for the tape, to ignite and incite the best medicine. To write is to fight as the feminine.
Coffee shop sophist, soft as a sofa, tongue made of velvet, even in the toxic rhetoric of meritocracy, not even understanding the hypocrisy of the privilege to knowledge and a decent education. Hesitation in the voice from now, questioning the sacred. Changes in my personality, I'm not a god, but I'm an analogy, an allostatic load of logical fallacies. Stressed from the doubts, I used to feel that too. That a Holy Ghost got me made to see through. So I'm unstoppable now. You spent too much time thinking, never even made a boat, just planned it, now you're sinking. Stinking up the place with your complacency. Skunk-faced runs race, only when they read centuries of thinkers. But they still aren't wise, never left the hind place to see with their own eyes. Grown-ass adults with a pulse still sitting. Every day I take the nature in like it's a mission. Some can't think and others can't make a decision, while I shoot forward with precision, like a dart to a bullseye. Art, this is full-time. Every verse and image, most snaps taken from memories. Best way to ensure that the viewer ain't forgetting me, from the touch screen down to the lettering. Stay on your MacBooks while I pack books worth of poetry, in touch with the earth like a druid. Yeah, you're just funny word fluent.
Disbelievingly devoted. Synesthesia, these poets, dressed in purple blue sound, wrestling verses to the ground, losing my purchase as winter lost to spring. I'd put my trust in philosopher kings, these late Heidegger citing, strange wiry Vikings, weak as the similes, asleep and dreaming as Pimpsy, and believed evil as infinity, finite as love in the multiverse, highlighting the funny words. Our youth making purses in a factory, just a toothache to the birth of tragedy. These early Nietzsche types, reading the classics till they needed glasses, and attractive as the platypus with valid lust, unmindful of our passage into dust, with a pragmatic touch, as the addict to her drug, so the rapper's in love with language, the ache of it, knowing that even the sacred changes, even the sacred changes. Even the sacred changes change. Even the sacred changes change. Even the sacred changes change. In Michael Jackson, this nitrogen and potassium express a funky hallucination. Red and bloody, a spoonful weighs a ton. These tragicomic materials. A man who thought he'd seen a ghost, walking the streets in the cold. His plot, believable. These tragic twists. As we weep, I drop tears. Please keep the sidewalk clear. Walking the drive to buy lube, stopping to write a haiku, thoughts in the mind of shy Hulud. These gods I bind with rhyme glue, this Frank Herbert world building, this faint murmur of Sir William, explaining words in his sermon again, exclaiming in verse that the earth is our friend. This flagpole upholding the enemies, saintly devotion and holy premises. Taste this smoked tofu Benny, as gray smoke flows and eddies. He'll get by with a walking cane, rocks of cocaine, and the plot of his play. Impossible to stage, like philosophy explained and lost in translation. A problem, this Omicron mutation, caught as the cold, distraught patient. This ominous trope of falling rain in the wind, drawing poems upon the new pavement. As grass grew in the garden anew, these natural truths are part of you, black, blue, and scarred too. This Andrew Mbaruk, the poet who edited this Phono text message, a strong fighter wrestling with this Ghostwriter blessed. Workaholic in the studio, pouring out his brains, robotic as Ulipo, their formal constraints. This rapper taking Xanax, flailing as Canada's flags at half-mast, ancient as Africa's playful jazz cats. I'm not aboriginal as the Wet'suwet'en, but my raps are original and effervescent. These magic crystals as transparent and manageable as the Delta variant. These antinomies dialectical. This rap ministry bisexual. These little green Christs waving Snickers snee knives. Vancouver's most immodest rap loser, vapid as a future, that Lucifer, with more followers than the Führer. The greatest propagandist since Goebbels, yet anti-fascist and more soulful. More Marxist sounds the Stalin in this starfish upon the plage, this beach. Sapid speech steeped in T.S. Eliot, even as we see that he's an idiot. We can't believe how deep his id had led these hands that seek and keep within the net. These phantom creatures, sleek and glittery wet. These random streets zigzagging and scribbling their threat, leading like a tractatus in a sequence like these tracks we trust. Traveling thus, the raps within us, naked in the light. Sapid flux, the past we can't touch, sacred in the mind. This is Chivatsi's song. This is Chivatsi's song. He's a god as human as literature, our father, the looming refrigerator. This raccoon creeping in an alley, this Count Ugolino feasting on ugali, immured and bound in a castle for days. This sure sounds random, eh? Pure sound as Mallarmé, policing poetry. Unique as snowflakes, these editors, their queries. You couldn't marry this engaged literature. The students' hilarious pages ripped into words, strewn in various stages of immaturity. These fragments of Rumi. Where do these winding stairs lead? What's science without heresy? The will to play these flibbertigibbets, The McGill DJ, his hipster mixes. Shiny CDs, these popular fizzes. Diabetes, these bottled liquids. Dryly leafy, these blossoms wilted. And wild graffiti, this quantum physics. Spray painting his unified theory. As prayer hating and united in disbelief. These scientists seethe. Oh, this peer-lambasted article on the weird habits of particles and the theater of Antonin Artaud. This is Chivatsi's song. This is Chivatsi's song. Resisting these literal demons, insisting on clear and fixed meanings. This Andrew fleeing his daddy Chivatsi, this raccoon creeping in an alley, the violet violently blooming his bruise as the bear upon the toonie incused. What doesn't make you human makes you animalistic, escaping through inscrutable passages into this song, pondering the father trauma. A trauma longer than the Mahabharata. This baraka spawning barakas. These frogs drawn awkward upon the mattress. These upset trash cans. Feeding an unkempt black man. Raptured in dad's plan. Or captured in the black van. Nabbed for kleptomania. These early rappers of Mesopotamia, their rage of love, this photocopied plague of frogs, ancient as walking on grains of rock, under the wide blue God, wondering why his truth is lost, on their precise new clock, at high noon stopped. This piece of eternity, this impermanence, green vernal dreams whispering, disappearance. Speaking dark bile from the back of the mind, evil as the smile on the cat, speaking slime, flowing darkness, his infinite mantra, cold and heartless, his book of erotica, defining naked for 9 pages, wild, aimless, his style contagious, spoken lowly as the divinely vile Satanist, pouring murky libations, murmuring I'm the greatest, deserving higher wages. These ghostwriters indentured or itinerant, going modal as Miles Davis. 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 Imbibing wine and writing rhymes, these white lines and lightning entwined, this gray matter taking after the Black Death, the way his raps spread as the sex drive and the commercial drive to rap lore, so the rent hike and the worthless lives to the landlord, as the sky train and getting high on cocaine to the man of yore, who might strive for fame and buy chains in a Vancouver store, so the migraines and despise names for the woman abhorred, more human than the lords, As the white heterosexual raises a solidarity fist, this Christ-like mental supersedes the coziest. An inorganic intellectual, the swantologist, content to exist atop the lake as the phrenologist reads his cranium shape. But I digress, insane in the brain, this cypress, the tree tall and slender, expressing for all genders, this scarlet letter, A for African rapper, his guitar offender, jazz master, the pavement of hip-hop, the smog of hip-hop, mainstream cats and dogs of hip-hop, this rorqual whale, behold beached, informal to my composed speech, dear Lord, decompose slowly, these corporeal to my ghostly. They rap from the brain, profit seekers, these Barack Hussein Obama believers. That's entertainment for novel readers, a lack of restraint, a poverty of teachers to manage that insane prophecy leaker, smoking crack cocaine with the brothel keeper. This nervous, tickling feather in the wintry weather, purposely sticking together, these words mixed letters, this world will exist forever, till you die and fade to black. The rapper's a challenger, a suicide spacecraft, dismantling the emperors, the lions of statecraft. These neurons efferently launching these crazy rhymes, these morons stepping on his philosophy of space and time, these organs questioning the sovereignty of this brain and spine, these Mormons blessed and godly, sacred and divine in their minds, sublimating the sublime, underrating the undying, as Langston Hughes on rivers. To your fake news deliverers, these whole foods to your post-truth, thrown men overboard cursing you, versing as the glue, turning it new, permanent immutable, atonal, untunable, kinetic as the missile or comet. This rap is a physical object, mental as the grass and trees, and temporality, central as this rhapsody's center of gravity. We travel through these random sentences, empowered for 3 nanoseconds, our babble to teach God a lesson, devouring the sweet watermelon. These Faulkners in a fictional county, sleeping softer than the pillow soundly, being in a Heideggerian delirium, unseen in a library, foraging for Ralph Ellison's, existential as the sentient cube, this artificially intelligent rube, rubricating these Christly raps, this chapbook, whether mutating in time, obsolescing as the MacBook, or regressing as the Platonist, contemplating the perfect rap book, all fall dead alike. These Paul Walls dead as Christ, immortal as infinity, this snorkel among the seaweeds. The black nerd, smashing atoms and the phantoms of words. Ask these black nerds to bend over backwards to retrieve the frisbee dog. This haphazard rap's as standard as the Disney songs. This meaning in a mini font, immortal as the CD-ROM, rainbowing a radio swinging as the ape. This ancient soul thinking, processing a verse as the computer, this data, thoughtless as the birds of Vancouver, their play and love. Euphoric as God's anthology of true horrors and wrongs against thought and feeling. You robots can't box me in, exploding through the technology. This howl of prayer, this enshrouded stranger, her future vantage. Alas, this danger advances, as ancient as the myth. this spacious cavernous pit, our descent into the gift. Telephones, computers, televisions, the solution to everything. These skateboards and machine guns, a rainforest of green tongues, paved over by these citizens of paradise. Ancient as the flow of the river, this human desire. Paper afloat on the river, this truth of the liar. This folio stupid as fire, consuming these media extensions of the brain's language. Bending as the play of paint on the canvas. These grays and blacks, this gloom and mourning. This door swinging open, this aesthetic of dissensus. These chords ringing frozen on the record of his senseless. Metal links, this fence, this poetry. This suit of armor. Stepping onto the planet's surface, letters drawn, these raps turbid, scrawled on my palm never to forget it. These mementos of the dead souls in red cursive, as meteors hurtle through this looped circular music, the dark energy we verbalize, these rude surfer dudes, these beach boys eating curly fries. Naked as mathematical structures in language that inexact plastic substance, invading Iraq because weapons of mass destruction, because that's their function. Lil Ghostwriter is salad and mutton, adding up to nothing. Nothing can come of something as well as nothing. Nothing is nothing but a thing yet to be discovered in the wings. Golden spirals going viral, my suicide. Stolen diamonds at knife point, these cruel guys. Mellow as metal, our jubilant cries. Horrors as wars in dark corners of the earth. Sort of bored. Smart, sordid in the dirt, killed in a sky train collapse, mid-quake, simple designs making their rap mixtapes, human as Dick Cheney, these MCs evil, blue in the face, these crazy deeds, these needles, hard to breathe, dark as the sea. These embers falling on the paths we cross, these magic words. Nothing can come of something, as well as nothing. Nothing is nothing but a thing yet to be discovered in the wings. Obnoxious as talk of the unconscious, positing a structure where there is none, offering seminars on the pun, these images kinetic as the kick, through the lyrics into your spirit, unafraid of obvious rhymes if they'll carry his point. As poverty to crime, so hilarity to his appointment as jester, juggling letters and wild sentences, as questioning my endlessness, dry wetness and high lowliness, divine empress and vile ghostly speck, sprinkled on the rainbow bridge, king of all the atheists. Even string theories inadequate to explain their tragic pain. Black is the day we take their culture away, their Athens heyday, their ancient sculptures we break. Prosaic his approach to poetry, so crazed that his ghost's ghost is unghostly, carnal as the real, garbled as the spiel, martyred as a people, these artists under evil, this governmental illness underwhelming the illiterate, this literature. Of his metal these dead centuries, benevolently donating his blue blood on some island settling for untrue love, lost in space with a crew of players in the game of infinity, deeper than their levity, forgetting his Penelope's suitors with simple verbiage, wispy as the cirrus, peaceful clouds on Sirius, sleeping around an Odysseus, this wasted life adrift on the sea, fading light reflected on the sea, painting the night with starlight in the sea, this alien Christ walking on the sea, till he's shot in the knee, caught and released, this moon man entering the system, Superman letter S written on his chest, toucan feathers tickling for the pleasures. You can never know anything forever, so relax into the anxiety of preparing for death, and dare to live leftly, bending goodward and Godward, mentally descending idward and onward into the song unrehearsed. Drinking water from a rock and honoring the gods in a syncretic muddle, stretching his muscles, getting more closely acquainted with the divine, ancient as time itself, rhyming in Elvish, this fantastic science fiction, lost in space with a crew of tribal and selfish men, poisoning his mind, this man of many turns, his Odyssey never to learn, and as he passes on his toxic genes and philosophy, this marble green and blue, this art we see through, so too my rap music here startles with the truth. This Rabelaisian black Canadian urinating in an alleyway, masquerading as men, acting crazy and rereading Mrs. Dalloway, an Ernest Hemingway alcoholic, sermon elevating the ironic, the deep bourbon of the night, this elegance, really burning the white supremacists, their humor, mannerisms, and fashion, the lunar pallor of the Klansman running hither, another Hitler, verbalizing his Mein Kampf apology. Avert your eyes as I scalp this Nazi. Divine as the comedy, this Dante, this rhyme and philosophy for Yahweh. Pride and Prejudice, white and red the dust, black and yellow his brown skin, funereal his attire and the cars, cerebral these fire bars, Greek and old as the science and art, a peaceful soul flying apart, uncertain of the self and senses, uncertain of telephoto lenses, and boom microphones and cellular phone messages, these groovy xylophones, as stonily he edits his beautiful rhyming poem. This music is my home, redecorated. Flowing beauteous as the rose, holding this truth to your nose, these nasturtiums, for free persons, and queens bored of working, trees deformed in this urban rainforest within, this source forming his report on the war growing worse, this corpse shooting horse, these orbs in my purse, marbles lost, artfully dodged, this pocket picked, another heavenly death of fentanyl, another OD and lost life, bored as God's wife sighing under him, speed reading Crime and Punishment, proud of his greatness, sauntering through the crowd faithless, I wandered as the cloud, aimless, pale, ale in a spliff to blunt the pain with as nothing changes. A formal apology for smallpox blankets. These moral thoughts we speak, long and spacious. Removing all the clothes he has on and moving as the photon free. Turning the robot on, groovy as no soul can be, soullessly, cold as the sea. These capitalistic hypnotists vocally free, and old as the tree, these raps random as liquid is. In the lava lamp, systemless, these anarchistic in style and motivation. This radical heart of his and its desires, old and ancient. Old and ancient. Phosphorescent verbiage, shot in the head's curliness, red exploding from an afro, unwrappable. Loving capital, these monsters, flashing as the snow upon these conifers, black as the ocean, swallowing all this verse, dark as the dirt, this real human life, as Mars and the Earth, one's real, the other a lie. Me, I'm of two minds, or split into 5, or into 10 divided. Conspicuous as the clock tower, mushrooms as big as God's power over the words, scrubbing with vigor in the hot shower, his grubby fingers. He is not proud of his dirt. This earth, flirting with its curse, this hurt, sturdy as the murmuring heart, pumping bloody words out of an urban bard, writing in a hat with candles as Goya, his entirely rational black paranoia, used against him by that corporate media, urging him to be some kind of a rapitalist, prioritizing rap over sex, prioritizing the gold over sex, private eyes spying on the poet, his shiny diamond Rolex, as flying high over the West, deconstructing its infrastructure, he can crush things with his simplest utterance, blowing through the hackmatax, these boulders of balderdash, rolling in his Cadillac, sold as the sap from the tap, this syrup, fast as the cat, this weird fuck, his balancing act, this spear in the sun, this tight rope, the rapper traverses, this light glowing, these shadows and murmurs, this striped pole, these barbarous barbers, this right to know, the heart of darkness, dig their gravity, these gold chains, held back by greed we go crazed, as these cocaine white phase, those most praised and overrated, lives as dewdrops striving through the laws of Plato, as if I knew every quantum of the rainbow overhead, he said, as the pain flowing red as regret. Looking for drugs. I'm off to get that China White, that fentanyl, to feel alright. As a heavenly stampede of unicorns, irrelevant these galaxies, newly born, burning in this ink blackness, minor as the missing cat's hiss, cunning as the punning and limerick, buttoned up and running through the blizzard quickly, whitening this Montreal concrete, inviting this song on strong weed, along a street, ending in tragedy, as the creature of the Black Sea, this glistering leviathan, the unconscious man within us all, surfacing amid alcohol and tickling with the tongue tip, these sunlit labia, fading in the lovely memory fuzzy, such trouble, these drugs lovely as the smell of money. This red runny overdose, death troubles me. Don't be afraid, it's just a ghost. You're seeing a ghost. Illegal his passage through the window of your attic, appearing in the candlelit night. A silhouette standing to your right, standing for your rights, haunting reality as God's ghost, flaunting his vanity these fall clothes. Your flickering light won't protect you. Your home is this rapper's delightful new venue for an undead few, and those dead as the truth, ghostly as I, poetry fiery as the folio, the coast we behold, splashing its tidal refrain, rapping inside your brain, laughing in the fires of Satan, laughing and dancing as the salamander, policing the police as the Black Panthers, his politics obvious, this ballad of the rapper, more radical than a Black Lives Matter chapter. I'm Malcolm X, holding this sushi menu to the light, condemning the cruelty of the knife. As we divide time to control it into minor moments, so this Christwriter opus in seconds elapses and the memory vanishes, this fragile nothing I develop in the dark room. And when they ask me who are you, I never say Andrew Mbaruk. I'm Nicki Minaj, I'm the neck of a giraffe, I'm the red and the black, I'm a sexual sax solo, I'm mescaline or acid, yo. I'm dentistry's Picasso, the way this mirror reflects the teeth and tongue, these lips admitting this rum or vodka, or I'm running water, punning as I otter, downing aquaria, this drunken father, sounding scarier than the unauthored play of elements we call reality, making amendments to the law of gravity, introducing the levity of a spacewalk into this entropy, take it off, into mating, naked talk, strip-teasingly flashing brilliance, evil as the wizard man, corrupting the youth with his wit again, written with his invisible pen to an indifferent lens. Sir Christwriter, words like a fire, burning bright and dire, like the tiger, a Blake to these drakes, walking the wire of desire, his saving grace. Our wealth, these commodities, our healthy green hobbies, as cultivators of the truth, only connect like Bluetooth. These use values obtained through exchange, these Fu Manchus insanely deranged left me in the gleaming of this gold commodity, this flow godly, repeated through the grapevine, behold auditorily, this congealed labor time, this value extrinsic, these patterns exegetic, das Kapital rhymes as black animals maligned, demand informing the supply of socially useful labor objectified. Labor is the substance of value. Labor time is the measure of its magnitude. The truth is strange, the labor process is invisible. The truth of exchange these numberless stores whisper, deep as the hunger to hoard silver. As the jaws swimming in these blue waves in the wind, these gods their infinite accumulation of the commodity money, that universal equivalent, hypnotizing these monkeys, exchanging their wares for gold, carelessly sold and consumed. This congealed labor concealed, that hunting on land or fishing, producing its usefulness in this social metabolism, refusing the view of this as a totally random vision. Stick with it and listen to understand capitalism. To sell a commodity for more money than you possessed before, and thusly collect surplus value, converts the money into capital and makes you a capitalist, making value your master. Its self-valorization is magic, and capital's just that process, alive as the animus enchantment of the forest. The capital process is infinite, in Canada sovereign as the Inuit, commanding the dog sled of businesses, madly and godlessly acquisitive. As Horace cracks his walnuts and pours his glass of vodka, ignoring the mass revolt of these warring lads and papas, deserting these underclass poets, preferring Gunter Grass's prose fiction, as imagining no class and no literature. This ghost spits his verse ectoplasmic, intoning his middle-class praxis, tasting the leather, cut and paste, enter, delete, backspace, letter complete, Dantean pleasures, effete nonsense. This lethe water-wet architect of fake radical shit, this fake Danilo Kish, this pseudo-literature he spat, these blue videos in the trash, as Hilda lights her crack pipe and fills a nice glass of ice with absolute vodka. Das Absolute calls to her, this astronaut philosopher, her castle fallen to the earth, ignorant of these underclass poets, their whitey on the moon screeds, grand lunacy, demanding their food for free. As in the light of a glittery blue sea we float, in the life of a single neutrino, non-binary matter, asexual cadaver, the zombie haunting these rappers. Manly boys who'll applaud Earl Sweatshirt in their worldly network, their internet simple as this thread work. Girly women who'll applaud no name, verbally vivid as a Claude Monet. The doctor electing to cross the snowy plain, respecting the soft folds of your brain. The delicate cerebral cortex, this head between the forceps, born through the dream catcher, painting the green door red, ignoring this truly deep rapper, playing Here Come the Warm Jets, ignoring his cold substance, home of a homunculus, nodding his head to this drunken hip-hop, funereal his weird flow, this bearded goat, the mirror of your soul, this bent hook and dead Chinook salmon, this Gwendolyn Brooks, your black friend, like lending books and getting them back again, Zinfandel red, these communal bloodbaths, this Andrew dead who used to love to rap. In rehab he studied the math, then he relapsed back to drugs and raps, shattered glass everywhere, hands in the air as if one didn't care. I hate to seem unclear, but that's the way the divine appears, emerging for your police, waving a white flag or a brassiere, carrying flowers, you lack faith, or you wouldn't howl through the black veil at his fate. Unusually raw, beautiful, clawing, the elegance of the past, when the white man owned his brothers, words vestiges of back when the white man controlled the numbers, decolonizing the mathematics, postmodernizing rap antics, living our cruel fate, giving human names to the universe, the arrogance and hubris, post-colonial, the new physicists, growing closer, these blue nimbuses, these Kanye Wests transparent for the postmodernist transparents, raising the dead for the black Karens, traversing these lands barren, scaring the listener with crystal words, dripping blood of the first peoples, these dirty needles, gardens of schizophrenia, these parking lots, and transactions illegal as God, the most wanted dead or alive, the most shamanic men of the tribe, the most oddly perfect MCs in Vancouver, these little ghostwriters, postmodern verbal entropy and black humor, these little ghostwriters hanged in the summer and thrown in the sewer, these enemies of the city of Vancouver. Painting like this, complex as the praying mantis, simple as the stained glass window, these willow trees unafraid of abstraction, because every random action engenders an equally random reaction, because passion is the opposite of fashion, these black suns and communistic red warriors, simple as the storyboards, criminally underrated, criminally insane, my eyes spirals, shooting smack at my trial, vile what I did on that plane to Cairo, wild what they did in the name of style, in those Fargos, traumatic, dramatic, psychological, those violent crimes and silent nights of fog and snow, tightly formal as those sonnets about love, tightly formal as in bondage when they fuck, with no safe words, as the fate of the earth perturbs. The anonymous alcoholics, gin and tonic, ironic. This sophist his profit off the vomit of knowledge. These affects and percepts assembled to astonish. These aspects of her sex and gender soon abolished. Disassembling old computers, telling the cold truth in verse, universal as anxiety, the purity of my soul, withstanding their groovy mind control, this Britannia sushi dynamite roll. These green trees we mean in the heat of a weird dream. These tears we weep cleaning the street greet you as steam. Ici mes écrits, écriture féminine, believing what I see and as sure of what I mean as the queen. Royal, these rhymes for her subjects, join me in flying above the text. What's next? The joy of desires, success, love and sex. A neurosurgeon making incisions with the brainy precision of a Roland Barthes. His painting this vision of what postmodern art should be.
Since my miraculous dealing parents' birth, absurd being one of the boys breaking through the wall yelling, oh yeah. The drugs I did they didn't dig helped unlearning, I'm evidence. Smoking pot isn't as bad as Pew ideals. Weekly, monthly psychedelics, burning chessmen reels to montage sequences. Last Buffalo in Nebraska, Lone Ranger. Speaking rule cell art, Auden 8. Poppy seed muffins, Heidegger and Sartre wrote. Father John Misty had an epiphany that song's nature can't be direct. It's supposed to be easy to write, yes, but hint at something. Icarus falling out of the ship's bows, fiddling my shanties, gasp, looking up, dove in after, found Atlantis, or it's what he found. Shaking hands with Aquaman bureaucrats unimpressed. They're the ones who ingrain suffering. Yeah. Unknown citizens convince them you one of the boys, airing out before going inside from smoking. Not lying when they asked what you were doing. You must be joking. Yeah. Yo. Plot inspirations and resolutions in private. Yo. Plot inspirations and revolutions in private servant orders. Yo. Plot inspirations, resolutions, revolutions in private servant quarters. Yo. Pull the string to stop the train. Pull the string to stop the train.
Rain and rain again and again. Rain again and again. Rain and rain again. Again the rain. The rain again. How can words invisible dance overt as the window? Images of the happy rapper, a synthesis of Kathy Acker and Cervantes, this pansexual prophet snacking on edibles. Grand lunatic, these adult toys. Grand lunatic, exult and rejoice. Grand lunatic, the cult you join. grand lunatic covered in blood as Wayne Coyne. Rain and rain again and again. Rain again and again. Rain again. Again the rain. Rain again. Again the rain again. You cut out your tongue and spoke nevermore. I cut out my tongue and grew 7 more. You studied the Tolkien, that elf lore. I studied the cold green element and war. I'm pitch black with the moon in my corner. I'm a simple rapper with the humor of Cole Porter. And students getting colder and warmer, reviewing this red and gold aura a blur. This paranormal blues and souls, origin and words. Scary, horrible, this revenge of the birds. Again, rain and rain again and again. Rain, again and again. And again. This is, I mean, it's kind of groovy. I'm digging this instrumental. I'm just gonna let it develop and, honestly, I'm stalling for time. I guess I got to freestyle. The gabulap of the schizophrenic, this sapid rap's organogenesis was lab tested by the mentalist, organic and raw as the kombucha, flawed as his embouchure, as the soprano saxophonist, asshole attractivist at his most venomous and activist for the limerick, sap saddest at his driftingest, these melancholy blues tinged with crumbs of cannabis, dabs of thick acrylic for the sick ridiculous, to pejoratively use words such as cocksucker and other heteronormative expletives. This rap is for corporate executives and the working class. Burning grass, freestyling with the skill of a 2 Chainz. I spit raps like I got 2 brains, one for the rhyme, one for the meaning, lying supine on the ceiling. it closely fricative as the dental dam, indicative of a mental scam. Charging your vape up, applying the makeup. This can't be, it's blasphemy. Mad at that cat rapping masterfully. Seagulls swirling in the wind, as walking we murmur myths, clouds flowing overhead as the dead continue in their simplicity, the unfolding of our history, minuscule in this infinity, inverting time as tenet, returning to my inception, serving limes in segments, wording the vibe of his essence in a babbling stream of thought in the black sleep of God. This blue balloon refusing the truth and unfolding serene in some corner of a dream. Hectic collage, tasting through the straws these shakes, watching Drake slowly die in the eyes of so many. I had not thought life had undone so many. The camera obscura, since the canvas, since the cornea, pupil and retina, translating data into cinema, translating data into cinema, from horror films to spy thrillers to chick flicks, a terror as the Leviathan is, this psychiatrist imitating his patients ill, Finnegan's waking the language until the word synesthesia sounds black, obscure, as the slasher film soundtrack impure, radiating a gaudy glow, translating audio of Camp Crystal Lake lore into analogous physical waveforms, close-up of the grooves of this record, its numen nature. This blueberry taster spitting fruit juice on his track, the doctors demanding new music stat, the directors demanding beauteous soundtracks, orchestral scores, images, metaphors in this filmic passage, red as the gore, black as witches and magic, yellow as orange, brown as the wisdom of Africa, white as glitchy static in the electronica. Since the camera obscura, since the canvas, since the cornea, pupil and retina, translating data into analog and electronic language systems, such brainy wisdom, you'd think I'd been trained someplace in the Dagobah system. Smash cut to his grainy vision of a Yoda explaining his mission, impossible. Like aiming his piss in the wind, comical, as rapping into his fisheye lens. Since the camera obscura, since the canvas, since the cornea, pupil and retina, translating data into cinema, overdubbing in post-production. our slow destruction, this earthly vanity. Every one of us chasing nothingness since that apple tree, sinning since the serpent. Every one of us novel, unique, each composing her auto-critique. Postmodern as the leaves turning by the hand of God. Postmodern as the sea surging by the hand of God. Postmodern as the relearning by his mindful thoughts. This flow auburn as the leaves turning dry as the mind of God. Postmodern as the tree burning by the hand of God. Ghosts haunting the streets turning back the clocks. Postmodern as the repurposing of antique thought. This tunnel system of groovy rhymes, this pulp fiction, this boogie nights, these subterranean efforts of the editors, this alien versus predator, these measures, since the camera obscura, since the canvas, since the cornea, pupil and retina, translating data into cinema, translating data into cinema, to cinema, to cinema, to cinema. Floating in space enclosed in an envelope, this message of change enclosed as the egg yolk. These demons poisoning this gossamer, i.e. divine mist, this Jesus joining the philosopher neuroscientists in deconstruction of the mind within the head. These constructions dry as the riverbed, these mud huts with wireless internet. Our dumb luck to survive this little death, sex, buying until the debt gets onerous, crying until the wetness copious replenishes these rivers and oceans with this potent gift. These floating ships weren't supposed to exist as holy waters we'd hold in empty fists. I feel like a bat, echolocating in an environment black, telling old fables like felling old maples, letters on the table, angelic oh halo, that godly vowel. These playful goats scaling the tower, insidious this citrus tasting sour, occupying space in your brain with Shakespeare and Citizen Kane, losing a rigged election. Gargantuan, this big erection, this fifth element, this ether, this simple lesson, this teacher. Absorbing East Van via this track, this misshapen form, this mishap, as misanthropy, these ab-souls and J-rocks turning inward, projecting a Hobbesian vision of the world. These trillion Rodney kings of the world, burning every flag, this bizarro Jesus, antithesis of the carnal penis, spiritually infinite, these multiverses, this culture we service, with weird verses, losing control, these Ian Curtises, as nature lustfully evil murderous. These barking dogs as roaring lions, in the dark and smog as Lord Byron's, hard to follow as Poseidon's, opening for Paul Simon for the environment. These superior palm trees, Haruki Murakami's of rhyme and reason, these Merleau-Ponty's of phenomenology climbing the Timan volcano, with a sacrificial steel man, or drinking an East Van, platinum as Steely Dan, or sinking in deep sand. In an infinite multiverse all is possible. Dig the pulse of this verse's odd flow, this wicked mouth-spitting ontological riddle southward for the Congo, the bottom of the boat, for the bottom of your heart, beating as the hip-hop, the colony they guard, that feeling, this thought, this Canada they believe supreme, sly and bashfully. These actual demons believe the lies handed to me, their ideologies and ancillary dreams. These prime ministerial figures applying skin-blackening creams. Dig these apostles, believing in God still, bleeding from the nostrils, this meaningless nonsense, throwing chairs in the office, these polar bears and arctic foxes, emblems of a time the climate was cool, throwing all kinds of rhymes at the fool. This idiot kicked in the dick, liquidly quick, hit with the whip, wicked his wit, Christmas gifts lit with the bick, ridiculous his spitting in lyrical spurts, assiduous in his delivering this mellifluous curse, Canadian as the trees in his essence, this alien species shifting in shape and sense, these multitudes behind my flowing death, sculpting truths blindfolded and deaf, this diamond glowing wet, these lies told with every breath, these lies, these lies, these lies, asleep till we die in PEI, Newfoundland and Labrador, feuding as these rappers at war over territory, the civil warrior his oratory, ordering chicken and a wine atop the restaurant, borderline, thinking I could fly, landing among the rhododendrons, phantoms as the homeless you step on, roaming as a herd, thrown into the world, slicing one's arms in rage and despair, buying the farm and raising chickens there, rising in the morning, raising hairs as this crying alarm the day declares, driving the mind insane, striving to find a thing to hate, you know, to accentuate the positive. This frozen air, my swan song, in the Baudelaire longtemps, spoken with care these autumn lawns, as joking where we ought not to yawn, these polar bears evolve along, and mimic ancient Greece, as the wind rakes the leaves. If the scientist so smart, with his simple rhyme and flow chart, this chimp signing his soul and heart, wind chimes and aeolian harps, why can't he speak in lucid prose? Why the surreal blue rose? Buy some see-through clothes, as the mind wears the body naked, these white bears indoctrinated, assimilate into the multiculture, by denigrating the monkey sculptures. These contra naturam cantos, these contra naturam afros, these contra naturam hands that hold ungodly, inhuman axes in the cold. Drunken this poetry war, blood in the flow of these words, blood in the snow, blood in this verse, blood in the folio first, blood in the show we rehearsed. Representing the war in Iraq, and entering the store with a Glock, as representing the North with aplomb. I red letter my words in this song, rubricating the raps like I'm Christ, lubricating the facts with rhymes so nice, shooting at an asshole, writing for vice anthropologically, rejecting the white Christ, not philosophically, but off a white Christ, not philosophically, but physically. Perhaps the revolution cannot be philosophized. We elected unanimity on concrete, this blue graffiti. Elementary as hydrogen, this Dryden rhyming again. Ending hip-hop history as Hegel. A simple soul, this snail shell. Bending flip-flopping wizardry, this whale tail. Nirvana and the pixies, the banana peel slippery to your idealized 1960s. Never-ending as hip-hop history, cozy as the bedfellows, orange to your red and yellow, as prose purple between pandemic pen pals. This poetry hurtful as France to Senegal, as scrambling for Africa. So these rappers to Canada, breaking your heart, these beauteous black swans afloat in the dark, this ruthless rap song. As the tax on tampons, irrational time for the gravity bong and candles. Wavy as the grass of the lawn, crazy as these pants he has on, these white stripes, this zebra grazing, vital as the lights, this stargazing, infinite as evil in the heart of Satan. Lunatic these nights, seething with hate, contemplating the deep states, imaginations, it's in their DNA, a psychosis we inflame by these reforms we create, these weird forms we create, eating cake and reading the paper, spitting ordinary language reformed in this strange verse. Radical as Malcolm X, powerful as sex, this gigolo, wandering a Tokyo aglow, vision affixed to his Nokia phone, cold as a frozen yogurt, this holy roller, lyrical Shakespeare, his epitaph, he drank beer.
Yeah, I go out with a bang to prove I really matter. Product of space and mathematical pattern. The satellites deceased and the debris is then scattered. Walls of rubbish casting shadows through the static. We just rabbits that be pushing the art form to the end of time, and all the fabric of space is torn. And thus I will be reborn as little specks of dust, the type of ignorance that you've always known and trust. No lust lost from the jump, don't front, cause I be on my grind. Just to be blunt, it's no stunt, man. I'm the manifestation of existential dread. The answers to life's questions are the ones that make my bed. And now I gotta lie in it, there's no denying it. Look in the mirror and tell me you ain't dying, kid. Cause we all just be the ones in the matrix, bending over backwards with your all lame tricks, as a way to stick out like hammer pus polas, the reincarnation of Jackson Pollock. As we try to figure ourselves into this void, I'm just trying not to look so annoyed. Trying not to look so annoyed.
I ain't saying she a white supremacist, but she ain't messing with no black feminists. I ain't saying she a white supremacist, but she ain't messing with no black feminists. This hip-hop they buy but don't get, false advertising but effective. Like entering the chapel with a fake bomb, you might pretend to rap like Raekwon, and Ghostface scaring the normies here on these Coast Salish territories. We're pridefully very sorry as CISA spies pour this Merlot for me, or Chardonnay. Red and white as the Canadian flag, and the blood cells getting paid as though I weren't unwell. This exploited bipolar Kanye, you point at as Heidegger pontificates. Cocaine is costing me quite a lot, I ought to quit it. Chopin's Nocturnes in the iPod, I'm not an idiot. This lawful business, this rap enterprise, this classical music, and the class divide, their classical muses, our crack pipes. I ain't saying she a white supremacist, but she ain't messing with no black feminists. I ain't saying she a white supremacist, but she ain't messing with no black feminists. To each their own in this green zone of the world. Is Greece and Rome these preacher poems? Look at 'em twirl as the dances, chemotherapy to their cancer. Greet to our charity these rappers, these free agents, self-managers. A piece supreme, this pièce de théâtre. Simple frames can be misleading, window panes can need cleaning. Idiot brains such as we think, agrammatical random as the I Ching, as we was thusly to be ceasing. Three kings, the Christ is born, repeating, eternally to return you're sleeping. I ain't saying she a white supremacist, but she ain't messing with no black feminists. I ain't saying she a white supremacist, but she ain't messing with no black feminists. Changing shape, this artistry, painstakingly sharp and free as anarchy. This math in your fancy, this atavistic necromancy, burning down Plato's academy.
Overvaluing cocaine as the snob, deriding proletarian indecorum, the man with the purple guitar, the prince, in a black car, in black Hamlet garb, photocopied by the window, this Narcissus, his fentanyl death dizzying the drizzies, these Canadian literati, submitting in dactylic hexameter, a black iguanodon dining, black pterodactyls, taking to the black sky as a black sloth to heroin. The maquillage of their poetry, as our prince swims headlong into the light.
As the jacuzzi bubbles, untruly subtle, the memory disintegrates in my disinterest. These peripheral nothings of everyday living, these insect bites and internet fights. Mbaruk's art as the aardvarks on Noah's Ark was art. The dark truth of the stars, their hard-hearted, unknowing part in our art, thrown under the bus, though bold as Fun Crusher Plus. This glitter so finely applied, the winter your dynasty died. As bone dryly this irony he murmurs, this proscribed verser, drinking red wine. A symptom of death and decline. These clever rhymes, this system of letters and lines. That's poetry. That's poetry. That's poetry. That's poetry. Zombies from the tomb to TV, so unique. His earthquake greatness, entire worlds torn as pages. In his literary tape, this pandemonium, collecting around the phony men, who lift their eyes to the sky blue, who sit and lie outside the high school, These Pink Floyd stoner teens, unthinking of what Homer means, prescribing an abortion of the toxic elements in literature, teleported into this alternate dimension of literature. Critics, fastidious, dismissing as insipidness. Critics, fastidious, dismissing as insipidness. Literature, these flames, signature ways, unchangingly delivered. These flames, these signature ways, unchangingly delivered. These flames. So you've become a surrealist, labyrinths at your most wordy, streets at your simplest. Be careful what you say when the doctors take an interest. They'll attach a diagnosis to your ghost flesh and make that the defining fact of you. No way back to their kinder attitude. Rather, this lens through which you're conditionally accepted into friendships you quickly collected and bent into withered S's. This SS of Hitler, these snakes green in the green grass. Maybe he should make 18 tracks, infinity raps, delivered in the cruel knowledge he's lost his head. Dinner's the usual hospital thoughtlessness. In the psych ward, cameras are disallowed. If people saw, would they be proud? Trapped prophets who read the clouds and preach the coming end time. The psychotic caught and released, the globe warmer every time. This wild daughter of the streets, the voices in her head rhyme. I never heard voices, though, ever in my life. I never heard voices, though, ever in my life. If they could, they'd holocaust us, chop through the glottis, and stop this truth uttered as the coin. Their surrender to the point of their residential re-education indoctrination, labeling this red velvet rap crazy as the Mental Health Act. See, your brain doesn't belong to you, not in the province's view, drowning the psyche in medication, stealing years from the patient. Cruel punishments, unusual suffering, strapped to the bed. I'd rather be rapping instead, danger to no one. This flailing opponent, pinned to the linoleum by police, because he knows somewhat better what grief is. Why me? Bible free, rising from the deep. Rhymes green as the high seas, replying in Chinese. To these white demons, their tribal speak. This fire they flee, and their vile beliefs. These flying eagles and irony, holding the child asleep or crying in need. The boy boy beaten with a rod, his voice teeming with applause, lauding the demons before God. This joyous evil in his plot, soft as people, hard as the rock, aloft as the eagle guarding gods, lofty ego and smart thoughts. Records and DJs, temperature 0K, rumor and hearsay, a sellout as Green Day. These records people hate, these records and DJs, these records and DJs, these records and DJs, these records and DJs. Like a hungrier Dante establishing the borders of hell, distracting my former self from the wisdom of sobriety, the schism of society, the schizo-anxiety and bipolar borderline depression, with its delusions and hallucinations, soothing as the blue paintings of Picasso, foreverly combing my afro. In this collage scribbled in the notebook of a pirate, drinking a cold diet Pepsi, dying of sexy, these sex organs scribbled upon the wall. The dawn of falls, erection of protection, the nonsense of all belief and introspection, these philosophies scribbled on the stall.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil.
Like a statue of Marx, this Andrew Mbaruk, standing in the dark, this value unmarketable as his heart, sparklingly smart, if we're to believe the doctors. This evil we honor, this Oedipal father. And what are we but the dream of water, sang Andrew Mbaruk in his sleep. And what are we but the dream of whatever, sang Andrew Mbaruk to his sheep, numberless, slumberless. Eating lotus, completing this opus, always later, always the day after tomorrow, always greater than the greatest rappers of the normal. We're here, we're queer, gay and proud, drinking a beer, tasting like this sound, this musical poetry, entombed in this life world. Using soberly these useless rhyming words to amuse those souls freer than the clueless bright nerds, incapable of fighting this verse, architectonically sound, this sermon provocative to the town, these vermin crawling over the ground. This urban knowledge of the crowd, our performance of Vancouver, these deformed Shakespeares, this bard on the beach, heartless and deep, darker this speech, artificial trees, these festive decorations, clouds of grayness in the wind, this temporary measurement of reality, our time on a tiny planet, our style of rhyming random as the asteroid, big, the celestial becoming terrestrial, as the rhyming is relaxed, publishing this manifesto, a Bible of rap, standing conducting before an orchestra, standing stirring a symphony of deliciousness, standing erect as the temporary CN Tower. Sing along if you know the words. Temporarily erect. Whether sleek with rain or dirty with dry dirt, this freak flag his desire unfurls. His fiery words creating entire worlds. As Bob Dylan at his creative peak, swimming in the lake or sea. This amphibious record or tape is free to those who would touch infinity, throwing up liquidity. These strange raps changing hands with his simple feet, wrinkling the sheets, drinking at 3, employing English as the language poets, destroying English as the major poets, Canadian poets, lazy poets. A day in the forest, flames we ignore, even breathing smoke. The heat of the stove, this troposphere, the burning bush as Moses hears these words as wood and smoke and fear. No human purpose in this carnage. Oatmeal, the gruel we serve to this artist, going weird and proving perfect as stardust.
For the number 3. The number 3. 3.
Soul, body, mind, 3 aspects of the human. Father, Son, Ghost, 3 magics of Newman. 3 classes for the student, part-time at 3 rap institutions. These Beastie Boys, 3 rappers and Rick Rubin. 3 more tasks of the Herculean variety. 3 meals of perfect verbiage, his wordy constitution. 3 years of earthly service, this incomplete education. 3 mirrors serving a purpose in his street education. 3 limousines in the garage, 3 guillotined for the cause. 3 ideas unfolding in triads, Dionysus and 3 Maenads. Neurotextuality is meta-perception. As Merleau-Ponty, an endless lesson on the problems of philosophy, red medicine, and strong coffee melding the mental. As Spock, logically, it's that elegant American, Makami, presenting the symptoms of Dante in comedy, an irrelevant Aquarian, ontology as the regular pedestrian, Kant's hypocrisy, incapable of acting according to his imperative, categorical and true, as the gleam of a metaphor maneuver, so bright that Vancouver flows as Christ from the cup, though I don't give a fuck, as I hold this city up to the light, this high affluence. It's my mission on the mic to find balance betwixt poverty and whiteness, my black friends, betwixt poetry and style-defying rap trends. A primitive map, his text phono, positioning this savagery as noble, pointless as the global or oblio, witnessing the crash of our logos, forging his invisible path through our roses to go to class and learn poetry's flow and grammar, this soul-devoted gradual, his graduation into neurotextuality, more passionate than pure sexuality, dancing on the screw in camaraderie, these demons holding the true glass to these humanities and sciences. Dig the scholarly rhyming text, Jesus Christ on a unicorn swimming, urinating on your hermeneutic of suspicion, kiss the speaker's assonance and irony, symptoms of his wisdom and piety. let me take you down, because I'm going to Blackberry to the people, my point of view, telescope to the people, these galaxies. There can be breakages in Japanese, nakedly random and free. This cosmos, its levity and gravity. In some corners, these creatures emerging. In other words, these demons were forming a literature of heartfelt graffiti over beautiful beats. A Christopher Marlowe just hanging a strange fruit from the trees. The crystal slipper breaking through this view of the sea. A confusion of flowers, this Baudelaire. The stupid hold the most power and no one cares. Hypocrite lecteur, mon semblable, mon frère. You voluble rap snob, running along Broadway with your pants off, utterly wrong about Bowie and glam rock. Glitter in sleep, kisses whispery, swig whiskey, swim or sink as the stone. This free-thinking clone who won't sing along and only sings alone. His hotline bling phone, his ringtone, crystal clear as the clink of his glass. This bevy, these beers he drinks fast. Let me unleash these beastly raps as the sexy curves of the spiral stairs. Let me unfurl my flag in the air, a heavy world on the back of a bear. Every word in this rap placed with care. It's hard not to edit, seeing you pollute carcinogenic fumes from your autobus. Narcoleptic musings of a god in the booth. Alternate tunings, these sonic youths. Atonal trash, this hip rock for the kids. The token black kid, impossibly hip. Broken Spanish, lost in Madrid. Or smoking hash with a dominatrix. Respiring in secret, these Osama bin Ladens dig the trauma of fallen, his vertigo, the cop following his calling, this cervico, composing this unclear speech, this spell. These voyageurs undead among the seaweed, the kelp. In Canadian French, I throw a wrench in the gears of hip-hop, its thought processes, dripping hot chocolate, delicious, convoluting your thoughts as you walk to the bar. Stop where you are, you forgot to lock the car. Following yonder star, the star to every wandering bark. Hark, endless as this silver river, the mirror glitters, a better rapper than Harold Pinter. As florists explore this foliage, exposing its flowers, or ignoring this orifice, spitting raps for the cowards and heroes alike. Anti-heroic on the mic, a verbally verbal florist, rose florid, bored with this. For I have no inner resources, as little seahorses swimming with sharks, this saucer in the infinite dark, as the coffee in his mug, following his philosophy of fuck everything. Fuck tribalism, fuck nihilism, fuck the diamonds in his mindfully guiding his vision, fuck hiding his Midas silverism, bringing his eraser to this project and disappearing bars, singing the praises of the cosmos, its supervening stars. You babble as the silver river, blood blackening this Hitler killer, this Iliad and these Homers, these silly rappers, these flowers, ghostly with the words we try to live by, jovially absurd with these rhymes driven by Eros and Thanatos, supreme as Diana Ross, cursed as those persons who murder the albatross. These rap bloggers, ammo shot at their facade. These raps close to God. These rappers confused in the past tense, unsure of the rap sense. Obscure your ambivalence to this utter detachment of the rapper, never manifesting whatever the devil dreams. Metaphysical as the digital clever memes, evergreen, ever growing these plants. Your berserk to this ancient calmness, your word to this page's document. Microsoft Office obnoxious as Canada Day fireworks your flow. Manta rays flying through this ocean, a sacrifice to Odin. Your devotion, you Viking, promoting the white things. These Wes Andersons treading over the macadam. These Beatles crossing Abbey Road as lightning strikes, aiming mysteriously for white lives taken unseriously. Another drag from his cigarette, burning the flag with his cigarette as the first finale of fulfillingness, wonderful as Stevie Smith, as green lipstick, unrealistic. Gather round the fire for a story, rather proudly mired in glory. The handsome bard's Odyssey as avant-garde comedy, erased, forgotten as space. This dark sea we float within as calmly gone on strong opium. The bard takes us deeper into the tale. Will our heroes prevail? Gather round the fire for a story as the mountain higher than your trees, menacing round the fire frying as strings of the lyre lying, with the truth as the spine of our fire tale, that violence making the child cry and wail, cheering the teenagers, reminding the men of their grief and failure. For millennia we've been telling the same stories, involving ourselves in allegory as we delve into our 40s, crafting a perfect poem as Proust, ranting his words formed uncouth by the mouth. Gather round the fire for a story as the town desires its normalcy, propping up the status quo, this propaganda fashionable, these stories that resolve and reopen, these souls that dissolve in the ocean, these Poseidons striving for closure, and finding that desire growing older, unquenched. So it goes for all things in the end, for anyone with any sense. This Othello dishonorable, and dissembling Iago, refining his shtick, his bile to their wit. These nihilistic pricks, these islands, the tips of a volcanic mountain range, the romantic sound of rain, canceling the date to masturbate. These David Foster Wallace readers as hateful holocaustic leaders, trumpeting their orange sky as getting drunk before we die. The most destructive metaphor is nigh. The ghosts of an eccentric foreign tribe, exposed to death, ignored beside the phono text's important I, with no specific referent. I lift the soul into its element. I live my role in the present tense. This I with no specific referent. Inside this home within his heaven essential. These women and men of the temple, symbolizing a religion algebraic. These Lacan's papers, involved in the earth to a degree, as a bomb in the university.
Blasts of memory, headless sensory. Feel it in my body whenever you mention these words. Quenching deep thirst when the recipe works. Reaches end in a rented hearse. Pen a new verse. Laughing faster in the chapter after. My greener pasture is a greener pasture. Kill a lawn, then we kill a master. Get the answer and we pass it backwards. Scrappy badgers versus flashy bastards. A path to magic filled with trashy plastic. That's just the way the cookie smashes. The way the stars scattered. The way the matter splashes. A dookie pageant is a proof of madness. Seeing beauty flashes seedy patches. Be the mattress when you feel like napping. Eat an apple with a worm and it isn't tragic. One day we'll be mastodon ashes. Fossilized cabbage, scratch marks on unwritten passages. Unseeable semaphore, undrinkable reservoir. Trying to sound cool to who we leaving this message for. The unicorn or centaur on the peasant's porch. The metaphor warmly sports a pleasant torch. Press record as we send the spores. Rap stegosaurs chewing on some sycamores. I said before, sitting on the desert floor. I wish there was, but there isn't more.
Squiffed off poems and vodka, Leroy Jones Baraka, destroying homes underwater, sons and daughters, these gods of earth, groveling in the dirt, the lazy bastard fathering this birth, smoking outside the hospital, poems outside the box provoking total chaos as we boldly explore our ancient lost, this Edenic lore, this greenery venery the whore named Adam, praying to the madman who gave them commandments, spray painting the trash cans, that Satan his balance on the waves of this passage. The song is a dream as the Garden of Eden, the swan's serene squawking carpe diem as the saxophone, pleasing as the palindrome. So many letters on this camel he rode to the castle domes, fast approaching the mirage. This antelope we stalk as lions, as rap to poetry, so God to science, as a quatrain of I am, his regular meter of thought, letting the reader get lost, brutally barbarous the birth of this balladry from his brain, as soothing sounds of auto-tuned T-Pain. This vertical unclarity deranged, pulled through the clouds by gravity, rearranging the dictionary in visionary lightning, throwing verbal recycling through the wormhole hyperlink. This bright pink firmament, stirred by the wind, this ice rink we circle within, his permanent grin. Silly riddles in Greek, middle fingers to the police, this meutic delivery, stupidity of the RCMP, part of this dream, our consciousness. No free will, that's obvious, awake to the wisdom, or shaken as the sistrum. Silly riddles in Greek, middle fingers to the police, this meutic delivery, stupidity of the RCMP, part of this dream, our consciousness. No free will, that's obvious, awake to the wisdom, or shaken as the sistrum. Awake to the wisdom, awake to the wisdom, or shaken as the sistrum. Awake to the wisdom, or shaken as the sistrum. Awake to the wisdom, or shaken as the sistrum. Out of time, out of tune, mouthing rhymes in his room, asleep or running through the street, his impulse deep as panic, to exult in sleepy raps amid the war. A simple force as electromagnetism, a gift horse with special pain within, running among the dryads, trying to wrap a spell for protection under one of my hats, this final act of depression, rivaling Sophocles in tragedy on these Vancouver streets, acknowledging the land we need. Clothed in vanity, Canada bleeds these robes of black freedom, standing beneath the sun. We'll let history judge our judgment as we get flippantly fucked as punishment, and the Tribune publishes our consent. We enter the room muttering its contempt. These actresses elegantly drawn and captured by the leprechaun. These orcs under hypnosis, forced to hunt this Moses. But of course courting the poet is like a porno out of focus. These intimations. Okay. A puzzle perplexing as the hex, mental as the heads, nodding to this bricolage. This medium is the massage, as breathing the pot, this Drake of the T-dot, saying his evil thoughts aloud and proudly, emptying his handgun in the head of his enemy. growing from the earth, green wrapping, even Adam coining the words, weird patterns, tears of laughter, boiling the bird, evil madmen and madams anointed with myrrh. Plural these planted rhymes, floral as the rose, words of such black design, the sorrow of the ghost, falling in an ocean of fog, calling in the cold wind as the hawk, talking to God, neutralizing the hatred of the haters, liberating the nation using lasers, translated as fossils, but known to've once breathed, to've spoken through these teeth, as Cool Keith, this black speech, always already antique. As Rama, navigating the verbal forest, you laugh at God above, an aggravating purple orange, painting with words abnormally warping the dream. Dig the hazy picture, my corpse floats serene on the Fraser River, the craziest nigger to extort for a fee with the naked pictures. Transcending gender, traversing pender, decentering the center, entering the elemental, this 11-dimensional chess, stealing your characters to spell checkers, these folded letters you hold together, the most electric ghost peasant blurting golden medals on this strolling fellow, forgoing mental on the instrumental, waltzing along Vancouver streets, calling this song random and green, as the chaos of Vancouver, dancing as the queen, and ABBA you discover as the lover, black as the bananas undiscovered in the summer, undercover customer, cool hunter, beautiful blue rubber, new underwear, stupid fool suffered, no wonder, uttering thunderous murmurings, rocks for the curling on the rink, purple pink, blank verses, strange purposeless, mangy verminous, ancient words like us, gray as the furry mutt, aching and hurting thus, but it's nothing to get too hung up on, this endless rap, this red country, this true western red Canada, these blue paintings, these mutations, traversing the what the fuck, the divine love and lust, the refined subtle dust, sprinkled as the droplets of COVID, comet and Cupid, carrying Christmas delicious, dead and rigid ridiculous, tangling together these planted rhymes, this pantomime, delaying the pleasure of analyzing your Valentine. Gray weather, black jive, love satellite, stabbed with a spike, Prime Minister blackface, Canada brightly rhyming liquor and crack cocaine, acting in the play of blacks and grays, the cannabis we blaze, the randomness of our days, navigating the maze. protect fiercely the quotidian life. You all stand on guard with guns and knives. Alright, I'll start rapping. I'm literally Jesus Christ rising into these skies. I'm brilliantly speaking like a giant hypnotized phantasm sparkling bright. This Batman, the Dark Knight, as hard as we fight, as the shark taking a bite of his legs, we roll the dice, glittering as the ice. These Jesus Christ skating agile over the beats, gracefully navigating these streets of Vancouver, fathered by that unmoved mover. Beautiful or green as the sea, blue as the firs and junipers, it's cruel as the world, this use of the words, defined by their appearance in assemblages, rhyming in pairs and clusters of inelegance. This celebration of nature's imperfection, these half-rhymes, these hanging vines, alive as the thought of a happier time, caught between random signs, these lines of meaning, these vectors, these letters on the paper, these calculations of the maker, planning our failures as precisely fatefully as Spike Lee or Ang Lee, directing their revenge against these raps elliptic, black lipstick, mad arithmetic, math and physics, with an imagination full of polyhedrons, combating hell's hateful godly demons. I rap at a demonic velocity, this calculus, to your constant fixed, your cowardice, this ideal rhombus to your godless, an abacus, to this calculator of infinities, these green infinitaries to your declivity, toward the deep end as the swimmers in this simple verse, whole as integers, slow as your linear words, to this asymptotic curve, psychotic as the nerve of this brain, gleaming red and gold, geometrical, his pure hallucinations, these shapes in his imagination, this mathematician, this volume, born of his operations, he's not human, calculating the coordinates, a narwhal to your swordfish, cardinal for a moment, fractional, captured and slave shipped to the colony, mastering the negative. Hopping as the springtail, these rhyming words. This pot we inhale till the mind works. A candle in the wind, his every decision. African, this heavy wisdom, propelled by the ghost within, afloat in the wind. This television, the poet is a mind, turning its magic leaves, a writer blurbing a tragedy, as light curved by gravity. This word malady, his rapper disease, earning his salary at the University of Spitting Flames. Blue as the earth, this sea of glittery waves, surfacing from the unconscious, this sophist teaching these sheeple how to rap, verbally of the godless mist, talking this peachy sweet baccarat, melody and harmony, the rhythm of his Cadillac, vanishing into the sunrise, brandishing guns and knives, standing under shiny light, diamond bright, this mind astray as the kite in a storm, changing in form, changing in formation into bars of gold, exchanging bars of gold for this infinite multiversity of being, outside your syllabi reading, these stimuli teaching, this mind empirical, high end steering the boat, high art, these lyrics aglow, these lanterns afloat, the slow rise of this ocean of rap, cogent as fact, fictive as the map. These lanterns glowing, these raps for the ghostly proletariat, music for the phantom peasants, a Euclid with math's elegance, fluid as the past's presence in this rap sentence, residing in the mind's plastic categories, rhyming in a style inexact as allegory, dividing that intact as the castle stories, this earthquake, to your third-rate constructions, purposefully made to function as a standard, purple as the lake, a puzzle to its mallards, this world informally formal to your formless matter, phenomenology is phrenology. Back to the skulls, these ideas we dwell among as ideas ourselves, reality and psychosis, this Moses stoic as the security guard, this parting of the waves, these articles of faith, guarding this entryway, tough as a man at sea, stuck as the cat up a tree, rabid demons, valid reasoning, this had to be removed as the tumor, unmoved as the mover, finally causing this rap, his obscure telos definitely real, curing the mental zeal of a rapper rapping in the world, in the social phenomenologically, taking antipsychotics for his speech, disorganized, in and out of hospitals for his thought flows, argued over as those diagnostic gospels. These rhymes are the raps in the world or in this mind, mapping the circulation of signs, his unconscious producing riverine, this flow sublime of highly bizarre, broken lines of verse for the post-race, colorblind, blind to the post-colonial, undermining, redesigning the ghostly folio, unconsciously embedded in structures, modestly editing out the cuss words, spoken into being, were made of sound, productive of this being sudden and brief, waves of sound, deductive Cartesian doubting all beliefs, feeling insane of the streets, learning the reason of the day from an illegal Malay in the medieval of LA, this F equals MA to your essay est percipi, this endless free play, Mbaruk's infinite graffiti, a dark room with pictures in its secrecy, a taut noose for the hypocritical priest with weed, hanging as the victim, raging against the system, as paying men to listen. You listen without paying. Nuclear fission, this decaying product, these pages of hip-hop dust. Thrown as the dart at the pastor unanalyzed. Slow to his smart as this rapper is baptized. Knowing this artfully matches his black lives. Glowing in the dark as these sapphire cat's eyes. In the moonlight-less alleyway. These lyrics the weirdest going about the day as Dalloway. These beautiful nights as romantic, as blue light through this atmosphere. You live outside of the palace here, Smooth and bright as the facets, clearly you delight in asking the balladeer to play Freebird, ingesting a beer or three the nerd, delivering these verbal, eternal, green vernal beings of rhymes echoing in this deep as the mine, this heavily prolix being and time, cleverly coded, keeping in mind the definitions, these meanings of Dasein. In the dictionary, breathing reclined on the sofa, this literary sleeping giant, this modern ogre, singing in his dogmatic slumber, drinking until he passes water and passes out, this man of honor dancing about like Black Michael Jackson in the realm of ideas, this light bulb flashing. As critics magnify the syntax, these fundamental parts of speech composing this film in which we are cast, compare and contrast, the blacker the future, the whiter the past, as death comes for Lil Ghostwriter, alas, they're bleaker than dismal, these unspeakable riddles he's weaving of ribbon and weeds, this sculpture a fish to your aquaculture, his color delicious to your rap structureless, to this gab constructed of bricks, you huff and you puff for naught. These church bells hurled pell-mell, burning in hell, till returning as a relic with purpose and Telemachus, murdering insolent suitors and wordlessly printing his rumors, the truth about telepathy. This pseudo-Gutenberg felling trees, regretting letters on leaves, imprinting his apology, trembling green mercy me the ecology, this romance holding hands and watching the sea, cold as the past these sharks eat, biting styles into substance, igniting these rhymes so damned fustian, and crying I'm in love again. So many move my heart as human art, from cavemen to Petrarch, radiation from a red star, the taste of a cake remembered from afar, future maneuvering among electric cars, Drake making straight these twisted bars, our camaraderies, slowly climbing over giant fallen trees, bone-dried these noble rhymes, bald as the eagle, whose beak and talons antagonize their reefer madness, scurrying and squirreling up and down the trees, serving you words, the sound of freedom's wild style of writing automatic, as 9 miles of lightning shock this abbot, vehicles thrown at the steeples, these real ghosts folded into your ear holes, flexible yogic, mentally encoded, scent of roses, the sensual Ovid, his art of love. As the seaweeds on the sand, these words, temporary graffiti, these rappers, these sensations sad, these gems they snatch, the time stoppers, the time hoppers, hip-hopping from year to strange year, something queer as Shakespeare, love and fear this nameless vizier, blasting noise through a green telephone, as in the passive voice we were led to roam. We had no choice but to leave the dead alone, crashing the Rolls Royce into their geodesic dome. And I have no filter, admiring time's flow as my afro silvers. La 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 la. In the sunlight murderous, so unlike the earth's dust, swirling through the beams, urgent through the trees, verbal as the dream work, and the purple speech of the clerk. Sometimes I wonder what his poetry'd be worth in a world prescribing war where peace would work. The dawn of a day hairy as the beard on this black preacher, thorny as the rose, an ornery ghost. I should have been a pair of ragged claws. I should have been the chairman of rap gods. I should have broken more laws. I should have known there would be blood. Could have spoken more perfectly on love in a poem or a work of cheap smut. Erotic as the sapphic fragments, gray as the pavement, staying on your mind like great sex. You're not on my mind, I'm thinking about ancient texts.
Facing death, don't waste a step, not playing chess. Come in and make a mess. There's faces left, but no places kept. The best I hope is gracious rest. Our agent less and beta tapes, VHS, Sega Genesis, page and Fred so he can pay my benefits. Break a bread with derelicts, maybe venomous, perilous, actually just harmless, at the most just careless. Generous, charitous, too old to be embarrassed with the parroted narrative. We're learning from learning and bearing the bareness. The sign of the ferret with the minds and steroids and barely aware of it. Time is imperative, relative, meritless, growing wild like asparagus, sliding like paraffin with the cry of a peregrine declaring some carrying a territorial variance. Can't touch my style. Leon Theremin, currently repairing what's been veritably perishing. Live from the parish, beguiling and deceived. The cherubic heretic flies on a peach. Ride my trike up the street with some chives in my teeth.
Smiling as the trees, these dry leaves in the breeze. These Bibles we preach, high off the piety of each, shooting at ivory the beasts, the blithe existence we sleep, the demon belief, speaking in Greek, understanding logos, close to God, branded with logos. These robots, their fervid devotion. These birds' omens. Poetry, the magic potion, polluting the years. A plastic ocean, ancient as tears, gray as his beard. A Shakespeare with Beethoven's ears. A Lars von Trier on rap's farthest frontier, downing a dark beer, unsoundly startled into fear, knowing the end nigh. This noble Jedi, this Skywalker rhyming awkward, the divine father vomiting a lexicon purple, making hexagons of circles. This everyman's journal, simplifying the quantum reality. This song made of that very mysterious quantum reality. Prolific. 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 Every offhand malapropism, God's hand manning the tall ship again, steering into the storm, as the fetus wishing to be born and buried. If the form is sturdy, you will traverse the rhyme chain, an explorer hurrying through these verbal mind games, these little deeds, leaving behind the stain of sublimity. My life a body of work we can get behind, as tossing and turning over the bed's design, these Kanye Wests abort their yandees, fallen into paucity. I'm prolific. I step onto the bus, it's performance art, interpreting us with this formal arc, reinventing the wheel in the desert of the real. My every reverie and entelechy as penned geese in charactery, quenching these poverties as water from the sea, solemnly watching the multiverse vibrate, observing arcade fire day, this frog eyes on Spotify, this white culture of the Canadian past, the night punctured with rays and flashes of quasars and asters, flowering in the moonlight. These beautiful nights I experience, these masterpieces of perception, make up an oeuvre we can all get behind, as you mourn your darling Clementine wordlessly. I'm prolific. With these bars of melted gold, so liquidly the river of old, the lyric versing of a skilled poet, the tears of a person killed for his boat, this leaked bourbon spilled on my coat, the leaked version of my single spoiled, this freak flirting as his drink boils in this hellish winter, or gelid whispers sparkle. I leap from the bridge, Mr. Dark Soul, plunging into language as the spear into Jesus, othering racists as his reading of Peanuts, his interpretations of Lolita and Pneen Plus, controversial takes on some of the Beatles' deepest cuts, since his earliest perceptions and wordless expressions, he's been mythically prolific. Drawing sketchy this feather flicker, flock of feathery sketchy fingers. Drawing sketchy this feather flicker, flock of feathery sketchy figures. God's handiwork, these centuries of Jesus, notwithstanding entropy inheres in us, this galaxy sexy mysterious, insanity testy delirium, hanging as the grapes of wrath, ancient angst in their pants, jutting from the sands, this majestic head of porphyry, Bess and Porgy, this record, red, orange, and green, this pleasure cubistic, meta-hubristic, this perfection, lost in the fun house, entering the halls of Sun House, constructed by the ocean, and butterflies stroking through his blues, aquatic, stupid, moronic, as the youthful novice of yore, his broadsword, drawing sketchy this feather flicker, flock of feathery, sketchy figures, drawing sketchy this feather flicker, flock of feathery, sketchy figures, drawing sketchy this feather flicker, flock of feathery, sketchy figures, drawing sketchy this feather flicker, flock of feathery, sketchy figures. This India ink charactery, this idiot king careless in his speech, his inability to think with clarity, this drivel we dare you to read, these images hilarious to see, this Bristol board staring at me, this visible transparency, invisible as the air we breathe, this little known daring MC, this misanthrope baring his teeth. No, pink little heart scribbled on his envelope, drinking till stars giggle as jello, drawing sketchy this feather flicker, flock of feathery sketchy figures, drawing sketchy this feather flicker, flock of feathery sketchy figures. The streets peopled with strange characters, these lepers medieval we blame in caricatures, political as the news, a little confused, sleeping upon a pillow. Do the homeless read Don DeLillo? Dig, it's a form of apartheid, the way we divide, it's a form of starlight, blazing high, this addiction to hashish, feeling the grief in being, believing in nothing but the being. Madness as waters roaring as the sea, merciless as God in his truth, modern as the lute, these ancient moods. As fossil fuels destroy the earth, so these tools, these pet words, his dog named War and cat named Poverty, living opulently, magical technologies, our holy businessman living as art, transcending his facticity and living on Mars, wedded to his death, this black vocalist. We can accept it as we accept homelessness, clearly rhyming his sentences, a spirit driving this skeleton, thrown into the game, going against the grain, this spiel, insanely, sanely real, enslaved as the reindeer. I know we wouldn't play here thusly without forced labor, performing for the bored slavers, defying this gravity as the nihilist on LSD, recognizing reality. Back to reality's bad movie, back among these ambiguities, the truth in its flashes of nudity, the joy of order, deployed as the soldiers, fantasy archery shooting dragons. This cattle farmer sees the beauty of language. This burger's where the pain lives, delicious for vampires, this craziness as it is. Are you straying from the therapist's advice again? Hallucinating this impressionist environment? Still lives, these cherries and pears, guided by the fairies' wide despair. high in this rarefied air, as vomiting from the vertigo, these concrete universals. Silver gleaming in the dream, the will to believe in the dream. Silver gleaming in the dream, the will to believe in the dream. The sun's bleak November rays unseat old yesterdays, our ancient selves, as regressing into the dreaming youth of language itself, authoring liminal illiteracy, erasing the finally autocritical hypocrites, displacing the binaries. These racists eat light and shit darkness. Zebraic peoples fighting with sharp metals. Unequal rights in the heart of the West, those deconstructed as the metaphysics. This demon hunted at the behest of idiots. Angelic simian, angelic sin within God himself, the heresy, planting ourselves in the cells of the paraclete, narcissistically starting to drift at sea, into the mist of grief amid the dream, silver gleaming in the dream, the will to believe in the dream, silver gleaming in the dream, the will to believe in the dream. Disorganized speech never heard me. It was my choice to voice the voiceless earthly. Disorganized to synthesize sugars and musical notes, to reify niggers and beautiful ghosts such as I. Consider this the Moor's last sigh in ascension. I've done all atoning, atonal, repentant, as mortal as the earth regenerative. The recyclical of this hip-hop I dropped, with no ghostwriter, the post-irony language of the other. This unconscious rap, the brother of every zombie attack, this corpse out the tomb rhyming fools with womb of Mary, true inhuman, scary. The paranormativity of this occult classic has me verily orgasmically aping God within my flesh he puppeteers. This message unclearly, silver gleaming in the dream, the will to believe in the dream, silver gleaming in the dream, the will to believe in the dream. His linguistics post-structural, his English post-functional, positioned as the ready-made in art, incisions of a steady blade in the heart, surgical as the summer of 21, this nothing new under the sun, this reconstruction of deconstruction, this dream of nothing deep as something, because sleep is the cousin of deconstruction. People running from meaning nothing in the many meaning media, essential meaning a dream of dust, empty nothing to say speech, sending love away overseas, blending love and hate these, men in love with clay feet, deconstructing pure reason, sleeping under the moon bleeding on the leaves of our evening. Silver gleaming in the dream, silver gleaming in the dream, the will to believe in the dream. Inspired as Bob Dylan to rhyme awkwardly as Dickinson, maligned as the modern immigrant, tried as the mob villain, reviling God's wisdom and violently rocking the system with style as Bob Dylan. Since the 90s, loftily lifting the art of rhyme for all who listen. This environment you all can swim in, refining your myopic vision, spineless among these strong women, dining on this song so different, the knife I won't stop twisting. Incite wanton cop killing, sublime these rocky cliffs, the wind rising to cause mischief, those wily gods so impish, untimely as Bob Dylan is. Is he man or dog, this lil ghostwriter, this phantom prophet sipping cold cider, insipid as the cognac, these intoxicants, as living in erotica, ripping the bodices, this dishonest literature, spitting his verse, recurring again, this terrifying art, this hurricane tearing apart your book of dead lore turbulently, dead metaphors your currency. This superfluous man rapping Virgilian propaganda, purple and black as casket buried in Canada, and growing purpler and purpler the ghost, Merlin in his knowing magic, burgeoning his flowing rap gift. This sermon on the mattress, his gravity, slept on as the mattresses, this black city, these imaginings, flying from his mouth into your ears, perfectly clearly speaking this raw eloquence, these eyes on the rose's thorns, this violence against Christ, our hopeless wars. Complex as the sestina, this freestylistical English as the tongue is spoken in raps, under frozen cracks in the lake, breaking up into 2021, pointing to the sun with foam hands, growing cannabis on stolen land. These pseudo-statements for the poetically literate, stupid as your hatred of these golden threads we fish with, those fancy suits and flashy ties, to these raccoons their black eyes, undervalued and misprized, captured with a rapper magnet, an eighth of cannabis, a planet like Arrakis, but it's a cocaine planet, earning the coke he sniffs. Emerging from the foliage, this garden gnome, smarter poems, darker in tone, the truth of the day, the human stain tattooed on the brain, inking weird lines upon his head, drinking cheap wine with a friend, spinning these rhymes until the end of poetry. This loopy unrest is unclear. 2 cigarettes left, 1 beer.
Nowadays everybody talks and talks, create a wall of sound but never walk the walk. Tricked into thinking there's original thoughts, needing minimal bots for the subliminal plot. Communicate to the humans, yo.
If David Bowie was a black star, I may be going to Zanzibar. A lazy poet, his flashing art. A lazy poet, this Andrew Mbaruk. This smart useless talk, the heart's stupid thoughts, as moon rocks you collect. For I'm a rapper as Snoop Dogg or Jay-Z. His adventure madcap, taking a battle axe to this sapid rap, till I steal my rhymes back, dying at last in the final act of To Pimp a Naiad, mindful of the trap. Rapping's my This Is Spinal Tap.
Thank you very much.
I ghost wrote for Drake and Kanye West, for the mainstream of consciousness, smoking a dime, floating in time, this transvestite black Jedi, standing to your left, stabbed to death. Violent words, rhyming worthy of the Scotia Bank Giller nonsense, floating in a tank fulfilled with nonsense, going insane for the thrill of nonsense.
Yo, nowadays everybody talks and talks, create a wall of sound but never walk the walk. Tricked into thinking there's original thoughts, needing minimal bots for the subliminal plot. Nowadays everybody talks and talks, create a wall of sound but never walk the walk. Tricked into thinking there's original thoughts, needed minimal bots for the subliminal plot. Every word I ever uttered is useless, indoctrinated with abusive rubrics by intrusive movements is a nuisance. Nuance is soon lost. Do you want some new props? I get around like Tupac in my dunk lows and crew socks. How did we get here and where we even going, yo? How do we let the others see it started snowing on the other side of knowing? Misinformation growing from the oceans, flowing to the streams of consciousness. We sowing the seeds of greed, ignoring the needs of trees and humans that breathe to feed and breed. They wanna rock that bleeds, they wanna talk to me, but the uselessness is insincere awkwardly. They wanna rock that bleeds, no way they stopping me. Due to faulty wiring, I never got their themes.
Stupid as the slow river, as Kubrick and his old tricks, with words cooler than his cold wit. This music poetry rich, homeless in a ditch, surviving on dog treats. A slovenly Sophocles, entertaining thoughts of tragedy bold as Sir Galahad. Mansplaining ultimate reality, holy Upanishads. If only this album had the literati on an ice pack from the heat. Those Nazis chasing mice and rats on the streets. Lightning fast, impossible to see. Spiraling down a caramel stairwell, these undesirables found everywhere we go. These fans serving the Andrew who made this. Green plants, blurry flashes of true craziness. A free man learning Bantu languages. Uhuru and Manbi Uhuru. You can't catch me, you wazungu. Who'd hang me from a tree, that's too true. Beside false fashion of the weak. Like some hammerhead shark in the sea, hitting the nail on the head in her supposing a trail of dead Hitlers decomposing, not to be the end of our winter cold as a king, and our discontent, an extension of our wisdom and sense, as this internet, simple yet complex, this hypertext, textile, sunset sweater, vital as the head, yet wild under the wet weather. The soul severed from its matter, the rapper. Peripatetic on the stage, this litigant in person, defending his rage against the system in a sermon without precedent, his mouth efferent before a jury of deaf ears, more human than feared. This English language, our simple plaintiff, whose lawyers paint me villainous in destroying ancient rituals. This rapper giggling in his lair, relaxing in his swiveling chair. This Picasso, the cat he strokes, this fluffy orange fur under his force majeure, his judgment in the court deferred, justice abnegated, this undercastigated rapper hated in the affidavit, speaking his mens rea truly malafide, the fruit of his factified dream, de facto the best rapper to be tried for treason, as the vinyl LP spins, hanged for both black humor and rhyme that reasons. The syllogistic treasure hunt, simplistic as the sun, leading these detectives through the foyer. Oye, oh yeah. Crawling from the sea onto the sand, caught in these monstrous hands, this microphone ball, this visage, this writing on the wall, superstitious as if it's bad luck to break the laws. It adds up as plastic straws in this ocean hugging the globe. Those robots stunningly droll, punk rock to our rock and roll. Those rappers, those gun laws, gun control, words caught in the soul in patterns. No thought in this flow, so random, so handsome in his tuxedo, this phantom. These embodied souls, these ensouled bodies, their lofty goals, their bold philosophies, as a pot of soil or cold coffee. In July it is champagne to see so wet and dry. Unique eyes, freestyles in a tongue called English, collecting as new words. A song as lifeless as the observable universe, and as cold and bleak. You're old enough to teach the modes and keys of the soul in grief, singing the blues, your crying kiss, speaking in cartoons and hieroglyphs, entombed in pyramids, these beautiful lyrics, and joining the army to kill people, destroying all harmony, still peaceful, constantly rhyming, always finding new caves to paint, falling in time, these modern tribes enslaved by this saint, this Anselm heaven-bound, though cancelled as Ezra Pound, and signed to Faber and Faber, these recycled newspapers, this full moon, this addict is opium, these barakas, this black poem, decaying inside the skull until null. Andrew's philosophy mindless, this cannabis plume as poverty rises from a false pipe at dawn, naughty Bible sex all night long, walking miles ahead, the long wide yawn. I forget how I lost my wand. Magic mapping this evolved Darwin's sapid blackness, all dark-skinned, black as this passage sharks swim in. And greedy little stingrays, their neoliberal think tanks. This planet twisted with mad capitalism, glasses of liquid shattered, splashing, smashing the system, exploring boldly Captain Kirk's journal entries in pentameter verse. These seeming random words, teeming as the earth, with green living being, repeating the feeling of repeating feeling, affective meaning in the voice, this crackhead reading his joys.
I got a headache, I need a medic. This earthquake's got me shaking. I'm now awakened, stirred up by this 9.2 magnitude shock that led paradise askew. Society wasn't astute. The shake was so strong, it shook the lab and broke the tube, which contained the next deadly flu. Scientists were infected, and next thing you knew, they flew all over the world and spread it with each and chew. Thoughts and prayers were given by the priests, while the new rules were enforced by aggressive police. Some people lost money, while others had a feast, and rose up through the ranks with their bread like yeast. Yeesh. The majority of us just cussed, scratched, itched, and bitched, went in a force just to get hitched, took some pics and kissed. Once he and she said yes and drove away with beer cans tied to cars. It wasn't far before they hit a speed bump. See, the future plans made them like super mad. He wanted a house, but they lived in a van. He didn't quite feel like a man. The dream castle was simply made out of sand. See, understand, indeed, the earthquake shook up all the condos in the boroughs. But really, no one could afford one today or tomorrow. All the money was borrowed. Homeowners leveraged on ledges. Mortgage brokers just make people broker. The ones in on all the jokes, laughing at the next crisis over cocktails, hanging with the blokes. All the meanwhile, to go on a tangent, the means of communication are controlled by newspaper magnets. Capitalize over confusion of factual fragments. Paranoid fanatics stuck to clues like magnets. Enter Q on Q. The internet needed cufflinks to fabric. Voila, it's magic. See, I turn my phone off. You should try it. Chew on your words like Trident. It's surprising how easy you can erase thoughts like that overbitten mint taste. I swear that's all it takes. And as I end my rap over this Charlie Brown beat, I keep my toes dipped in 49-degree heat. I enjoy this popsicle, an ethereal treat. The world's ephemeral, an ethereal treat.
This world made of vocal rhymin', an earth shaker as Poseidon, temporary as our environment, as getting married to this style of man, or excommunicated from the tribal clan, forming an alliance with the outcasts featuring killer mics, who shout and laugh and live life, less hung up on the apocalypse than wondering what God is, animating the quotidian as a novelist, and swimming to the bottom of the river, as your dog loves raw liver, his gusto for giving this cutthroat Darwinist society as towers collapse violently, crushing skulls and bones, our piracy, our flesh temporary as the tattoo, these skeletons traveling through the buildings and avenues. Tonight I was beaten by White Lives Matter activists. They might claim I needed it, that I'm a Christ-like rapper masochist, but a certain mice ate this cheese, so the night takes into its trap their trust, their white hatred eaten by these bright wires that snap on their skulls, crushing the encyclopedic into bite-sized pieces. A photon is an electron, is a boson, is a lepton, is a rose, is a rose. This flow of smoke, this twisted telescope by microphone to the earthlings, as the poet turning, this Moliere burning, this polar bear surfing on an ice flow, as the night that encloses us strikes at our hope and trust, igniting the poet's touch, this lighter he holds to your blunt, the flame kissing the hand of a vagabond, his strangely gifted band of marijuana-colored messiahs, dishonored as the pariah. Discarded rhymes he revisits, his art the idea of spirit in the external manifestation of human will and its freedom, pure purple passages upon paper under blue hills of meaningless fun. Tonight I was beaten by White Lives Matter activists. They might claim I needed it, that I'm a Christ-like rapper masochist, but a certain mice ate this cheese, so the night takes into its trap their trust, their white hatred eaten by these bright wires that snap on their skulls. Assaults on bus drivers will not be tolerated. Those long blunt knives will not be exonerated. The bong and vibrator lost and long awaited. The strong survive to call the Godfather overrated. Lost amid lies you fall into water wasted. Water wiser than fathers and God conflated. Deep as the vagina, shallow the lake, erasing his past mistakes. This true fake, green as the winter, white as space. This William Blake. Big pimpin' as Jay-Z in 99. It's all symptoms, these telling rhymes. Step into my office and let you go. This special rhyme project, spectral as the ghost, incredible sublime objects we mentally behold. Fentanyl in my pockets, fentanyl in my coke. Hard as the phallic nightstick, those evil police. Bards of romantic might spit, peaceful as the sheep. Repeating as the Z, red as the MAGA cap, that maple leaf. Native as the trees, these aborigines. Ingenious puzzles and clues under the blue waves. These liquors intoxicating. Lyrics as the malt drink, passively inhaling the Tao Te Ching. It's easier if God picks the king. Sleeping for days, these impossible things to see from the stage, Brownian moshing of his audience. These moth wings, illuminating the esoteric, lyrically modifying, meaning we made up this project from nothing. These miniature hobbits crawling in the sink and falling in a ring, we're smaller than we think. These infinite lines we wrap inside stars as when galaxies collide. These particles in the pantoum, these villanelles, these infinite vacuums. This carpet, these tiles, this bathroom, this, these, and those. These Higgs bosons. These imposing gods, these directors, their commentary, this nature, this involuntary existence, this truth mythic, this slew of images, as Jewish wisdom these texts. The message is all is breath, the great peut-être, these French men of letters, these metal detectors scanning these verses. Minds pressed into service as currents Lil Ghostwriter swims in these violent deaths, constant as light's speed, the horror of life, the grief, this high sea sustained, C for cocaine, and counterfeit these trillions of dollars falling, these neutrinos and anti-neutrinos constantly calling the police on this modern Stalin. If we're to believe these frauds demagoguing, this genius should shop for a coffin, it's too common. Terrible as the angels if we're to believe Rilke. This Marx, this Engels if we're to believe this genius. Anarchist peaceniks, thousands deep as the legions in this dream sequence. Fuck rap. I'll write in blank verse, speaking the password to the manager. This marginal black nerd compares thee to a winter day, as Bad Seeds and Nick Caves, making novels of these dream plays, waiting on the impossible green wave. As the nation descends into bedlam, electric as Dylan and Edison, here comes everyone. Their orientation won't fall on the spectrum. God bless them, these homeless unkempt, from hope exempt emblems of true beauty. Black linguist, black mingus, black saint. Sand between fingers, sand around the lake. Damned if he wings it, damned if he obeys. I don't speak English, can you translate? This little house in your brain was his target. This grinning mouth aflame as the garbage. Spitting out this inner horse I harness. Noble as the duke, hopeful as the youth. Opal as the puke, sold as the spook, this soul you rebuke, this approaching toque, in a blizzard of snow, in a dark mood and miserable as the multitude in winter's cold, growing metaphysical, ontological, cataloging existence in his graphic novel, as the planets wobble in disturbed space-time, but that's impossible as the words he exclaimed in rhyme. Spitting this sentence for free, dig its wordy density and entropy, this mental efflux, this pen-shedding blood, these red cuts, these careless thoughts, patterned as carpet, this paradox, savage as the animist, this language, its ambit, constant as the mailmen falling off the wagon, lighting the cannabis, impulsive and impatiently waiting for the man with his illegal substances at Hastings and Maine getting wasted again. Wilder than those tamer small stoats, those lamer body jokes, great as the tall oaks. This frog croaks, refined as the steel, these materials ideal as wine with his meal. I exist, I'm real, extraordinary, plucking oranges from the trees, swarthy, as blown toward me by the northerly. This sheet music dances as the fairies, this black orchestra improvising, as the calf born in the mud begins dying. This track explicit, written in red lipstick, reminiscent of dead fish in the river, as rap's sure to raise the blood sugar. This bloody butcher of English pushed into singing into existence. This nascent embryo playing Let It Snow and telling it slant. This avalanche playing possum at the auction sold to some random man. Managing psychosis, disorganized, murky as the future this war decides. These soldiers' lives playing in cooperation in the name of God, amen. As Zimbabweans researching the words grown from this dead earth, thrown together. These students of forestry, their orgy, this urine on the porcelain seat. Commanding as the Hebrew god in Leviticus, as the G-spot and the clitoris, random as the fleeting thoughts of an idiot from the T-dot or Winnipeg. This earthling truly could rap in German, impure as crack, diese afrikanischen Neuronen, the dreams of a passionate Nairobian. This Hegel Ghostwriter, Hip-Hop's Tip-Top Arbeiter. Ich schreibe die Worte von Shakespeare, riding to work on a reindeer, vomiting glossolalia like a lunatic, polished as the lake, brightly stupid, swantological, my neurotext, these songs unlikely to connect, as nudism to sex, as the truth to politesse, inhuman on my faithless neck, this jewel hangs as the dead, as an allusion to Auden overhead. As the seagull blurts its projective verse, as the evil words of a poetic nerd, as seasons turn and these old letters blur, as the meaning burnt and the flow of the message heard, so your grass these cattle munch, so casual as Seattle's grunge, so the travel of these cats along your avenues drunk, so your garment so charming and magnificent. Your balladry wrapped in balladry, malady wrapped in malady. Your melody jazz-like, incredibly agile, unfurling as the film, so Coppola, constricting my soul as the boa, that ghost you bust, whether bowing the viola or focusing your lust on the first neurotext to arise from the matter upon which all neurotexts are inscribed, the opening of the first eye, the first subject. This erased Flaubertian Gustav, in his place as the Lemurian Petrushka, invading Vancouver, these Kush clubs, making more moolah than Goody Mob. I ought to enter the weed trade, watching the waves rage as the trees wave, watching rage displaced in a Greek play, cathartic, featuring Drake at Argos. Religiously making a habit of spitting these crazy raps amid reincarnated rabbits, lizards, snakes, and babbits, listening to Drake's new rap hit, interrogating Cratylus, divinity taking for granted, their idiocy sacred and planted, an evergreen unplanned as the id, spreading free secrets these branches, deliciously baking a planet of simple pastry this sandwich and little tasty snacks I hid, Easter eggs in these raps I spit, on secret tapes I'm can-lit, on eBay I'm valueless, this wizard fading into blackness, a Pinter play redacted, this sinister day, this savage, light of truth, sky blue, this lime and vermouth, this lime and vermouth, this lime and awkward truths of a candy taker, striving for infinite growth as capitalism. I shivered in the cold and had a vision, like when Tolstoy wrote Dead Souls, like an old toy sold to get a coat. These misremembered literary works by ill-tempered literary jerks. This chill temperature bitter to the nerves. These millennia blur quicker than a curse. Like when Mick Jagger wrote Hey Jude. I get these white figures confused. Like when icicles droop. These rhymes trickle truth to these youthful pyromaniacs, emptying their fiery brains of fact, high on Dali and Salvador, this flying trapeze matador. Divine infinities of Cantor couldn't drive me madder. I'm striving to be the rapper I desire to see hammered and rhyming in a when Bill Gates founded Apple, like a skilled maker of sound babble, considered by many to be counterfactual. These Sir Christwriter words were found unmanageable by reason of insanity. Breathe deeply and pass the weed. Weird disharmony the center cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loosed upon the world. Speak abracadabra to spook the world. Use anathema to confuse the world. Use a camera to Stanley Kubrick the verbs. An expanding universe beside their gravity lunar, their morals unclean. These orange sunbeams in the space station window, vacationing in limbo as a majorly skilled poet. This ancient lil ghost writer wielding the dildo, desiring machines, these Wilcos. Lighting the folio, standing in the back of the photo. This Zelig, how he rolls as the credits. No rapper is an island, but of course Lil Ghostwriter's not a rapper. Romantic as the night, this song and dance of the words in your brain as purple rain upon purple flames. Your name in the name of change, or preserving your name, this radiant play. You ghostwriter circling the drain, waiting tables, you ghostwriters. Fair and fiery, made as the parrot for piracy, a shady character at your library, failing to live under house arrest. escaping into the soul of a text, brains dripping from a hole in his head. I wrote this off an impulse, wild gnosis as the dim bulb, brightly focused on winning a scuffle, the psychosis of a spilled skull. Your plants of true plastic, to these plants that cure madness, green and gravid with truths valid, we travel the 2000s as linear travelers through time, sleepers advancing as the pantomimery from the past into your mind, green and gravid via seeds we planted. Hobos defending the hustle of survival, to those crows descending and troubling the biome, a vocal poet sending his love through the microphone, to oboes and cellos, rich violin tones, olden and yellowy leaves of a scientific tone, to those souls who smell unique in the mind alone. So Pomo, he tells you the Greek root of rhizome, to pervert the meanings and multilingual puns, to the dirt underneath everything under the sun, delving into the earth's core, or smelting metallurgical ore, war hellishly perverting war into more dead than there were before. Born several as the words between snores, forced to enter from his world into yours, underlining the underlying oneness, Spinozan under the rhymes, and this fun mixed with no fun, like swearing you don't have a gun. This marriage of ocean and sun, broken into uncertainty, these strange phrases, spoken ums and ers, this derangement sacred. Under cover of precarious young trees, unaccustomed to the terror of unbelief, this shivering man, his role as missionary, delivering dispassion cold as the tributary, disfigured random soul of the dictionary, this figure Afro-Roman literary, absurdist turning into a donkey, vernal as the burgeoning colonies, turning on the water, these girls in the sauna heat, lifting weightless as words that just wanna feel liberated, the sun drying the wet, underlying threat, uprising breads, untying the threads, disconnecting words from their definitions, representing the girls' underweary religion, boldly burning braziers, slowly turning the wheels, this Bacchus hidden till the new king brought the brilliant brigand to the brink, this fall of the river into the pool you drink, wrought as literature written in blue ink upon the body of a prisoner christened cool thing. Ah, the sound of words unedited, lost as flowers in a trellis, about as down to earth as the heavens, this proudest earth left jealous, these Martians, their martial genius, these artisans, their artful pieces, these starmen in the stars all secretive, resharpening their harmful genius, these guardians of the cardinal genius, of Mbaruk's blend of charm and genius, bleeding through the cardigan, These scars when they smart as a genius, venerated as the old guys with scars, celebrated in an ode by Pindar, inebriated at their favorite milk bar. These oranges made to quit their citric art of sourness, powerless as raw-powered Iggy Pop. You know how many girls I took to the titty shop? Mansplaining these vainly godly glittery thoughts, disseminating an insanely lofty slippery talk. The sound of words unedited, lost as flowers in a trellis. And this is what he said, gazing into the king's gaze. You live like the dead, as abrading these English phrases with effect were written upon the pink pages of his text. These agrammatical non sequiturs, we hate the castle swans elves in your verse. So you sit on your throne as we live peaceless. So the truth of the rose is egregious, imprudently showing his penis. This human composed of ideas, resulting from Abelard and Heloise, the cult of avant-garde art, and this strange tree whose tall, slender waving might appeal to that coterie involved in the flaming light he raps slowly. Insomnia prevailing, I read black poetry, sleeping late or trying to sleep. These grapes, the eyes of greed, at the winery, the pines we breathe. This blithe tree that bends in the dark, divine green, incredibly smart. These rhymes free for anybody to parse. The science of these metal bars, glowing warmer than the hot sun and seas of hell, knowing horror at the bottom of a deep well. You could hear its darkness in the seashell, stupid as the heart's will to feel well, a tulip in the garden of evil. Yellow bright roses you sniff and steal, so we dwell in psychosis, big deal. Only you can be sure of the facts, so the truth is impure, what of that? The troubadour's subtle raps, the truth of Vancouver under glass, these appropriated cultural artifacts. As though imagined by the great Tristan Tzara, this flowing wax we light and play with as karma. These bones that crack in fighting pain with this armor, these stones that crack beside the flame of his ardor. As poets madly bite the canines that bark above the lonely planet flying nameless in the heart of love, less old than magic dying graceless, this harsh judge unfolding random as my name Mbaruk was, as though imagined by the great Tristan Tzara. This holy man that ate his chicken shawarma, controlling animated glittering stardust, exposing maggots to the stinking carcass. To those who rap without an inkling of the harm it does, this ghostly manner of the thinking artist, as modal jazz or other wings of the cardinal swift, controlling hands and other things you can garden with, as solar panels under glittering warmth and wit. These Roman candles in mid-October lit, exploding random as spermatozoa did. This holy manna, this Germanic poetry gift of golden Africa, her random flow of pith. This bold aphorist worth that vocal fuss of poet analyst, this verse rap soul touched, holding the ashes of verses before us dust. This cold vastness repurposed as warm as mud, the whole fabric of the world reborn as love, with no attachment to the world we scorn as monks. These romantic swooning girly moral nuns, their glowing traffic through the turbid floral funk. These clones of Hamlet using words as pure as drugs to go bananas, truly earning your distrust. These older platitudes we burn in your glib mug, these spoken avenues that turn toward the sun, encoding raps onto the verbal horizon. Slowly rapping from the mouth these words, ghosts inhabiting the houses of mirth, who weirdly chuckle in the middle of feeling knuckles through the skin of his glove. This real serious cinema, lessons told through Eisenstein's style of gravity, lessons old as the wisest of times, divided family, yet unknown as the Bible's style's rhymeless malady, just as no one knew Einstein's mind in its entire humanity. Selling drugs as psychiatry, calliope, entering the tunnel with a bit of a fiery tree's mind of leaves, searching for the diamond agleam in the dark, working from 9 to 3, mining for free from the heart. The Heidegger who would hide in sweet silent thought, the mind slayers used to hide this deep style of thought. The skyscraper suicide greets the sidewalk, so my neighbors view these final weeks of wild talk. Splendid, these endless until stopped suddenly, unedited red lips spitting soft and cuddly as the taxidermist's non-bunny. These raps they heard and thought ugly, taciturn as the tops of the trees. Aching to know the truth, this modern king, playful with the lute, his improv and singing, as H2O in cubes in the scotch he drinks. This plainclothes sleuth his following, suspected murderers and burglars of words. These Vedic verses concerned with our purpose on earth, ultimate reality rhymes, Atman and Brahman divine. Kaleidoscopic his Bhagavad Gita, this black Jesus, explaining why comics are bad for his readers. Super heroic fools beside Leopold Bloom's rigid rulers, their geopolitical views. In invading Africa, these supermen, famed as those battle rappers who sort of knew Eminem. Sent to the tower, his head lopped off. 10 to the power of 10 drops drop. Eminem stabbed, Eminem shot. Eminem breakdancing with his head lopped off. Eminem hanged, Eminem drawn. Eminem quartered as the elements of reality. Water, earth, air, fire, hot as the hair dryer. These dry raps magical as the vinyl crackles like a Bible factual. These 9-volt batteries for the pedals. This electric poetry based on an incredible true story. And since I'm on the mic, you could go next. Even if you couldn't make diamonds of coal, gold of lead, shining as the mind whose flying soul has fled this old flesh, lately decaying on the bones of the dead. Crystals falling, la 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 la, on the physical plotted terrain, la 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 la, through the mist and fog and the rain, la 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 la, into non-existence from God's brain. La 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 la, this outpour of metaphor. La 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 la, this semaphore for the dead warriors. La 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 la, on a chessboard echoing in the corridors. La 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 la. These simple figures, la, 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 little Hitlers, la, 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 these ill-willers, la, 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 killing niggers, la, 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 la. La la la. The secret laws against blackness. La 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 la. Police Yahwehing with gravitas. La 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 la. As irreverently the black surrealist, la, 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 blends the green and black of the forest at night, la, 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 with the force of delight, la, 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 scattered as the brain. La la la, la 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 la, cataloging creation. La la la, la la la, a triptych of novels, a business in Oslo, an artist his stardust, adrift in the cosmos. La la la. Flying freely with metal wings. La 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 la. Life can be a devil of a thing to juggle, a string of troubling puzzles. bar, GPA 3.1 for piety, yanked into this heaven violently, as Andrew rides this boat on the high seas, the last human to die of COVID-19. Must guess the worth of these blue jelly beans, must edit the worst review of Epicene, this lusty nude in your sexy dream, must return as new evergreens, must rehearse the neurotext we read, must reverse a human's entropy. Was it worth it to view Tenet on the big screen, under the dirty blue ciel mes écrits, un cerveau connu comme le texte que j'écris, la merde qui pue comme le sexe de l'esprit, laissez faire, this music is the message they delete, as red parrots flew overhead as he speaks. Ancestors smile on this papillon alive, as the pleasure sighs upon his gravity and time, as Faulkner's pylon a snack for the ride, this watery time zone's shattered ice. This boat carried the poet from Toronto, too stoned to care if no one's home to hear the neurotext, euphonious air in which the poet's ear rings in tune with his head, neurotextually streaming the consciousness of bloom again. As a dog without human friends, it's admirable as Buddhism Zen for the rapper's soul, truer than any Islamophobe. That gruesome trend into the past it goes, this pluperfect tense we had supposed, imbued with a sense abstractly imposed. This fogwood we shape neurotextually, involved with the makers of Hennessy, who sponsor the tape and its election as king, every man awakened by death for the reckoning. As Afro-textual, I rap the code for entering Rome, inhabiting the soul of your pet to know you. This rabbit reciting the phono text you hold to be true. This candlelight devoted to letting you know the truth. This cancelled night aglow with the dead ghosts of truths. There isn't a text in the world that isn't neuro. And there is nowhere in the world a neuronal occurrence that isn't a text. That's essential to understanding the concept of neurotextuality.
All stars burn, rewrite themselves. Cell screw job, broom key attachment unblocked. Leave me, I know. The Nike slogan jumping down my throat got me nowhere. Quit being controlling, see less stress, see more work done. Allowing nature, waterfall spoke to me. Feet ate by sand, sand ate by feet. 5 steps to perfection, hang out with the right folk. Del Toro release schedule, it's coming down the road. Vaulted reconsideration, indifferential preludes to picking up lights. Vegas, one live rendition, plaid merrily. Gotta hobble, super highways. Gotta hobble, peace. Gotta hobble, super highways.
Rapping nonsense inside nonsense. This emulsion, emotional disjunction defining this text we radio as those unheard, awakening from slumber as the hunter. These people vote, considering the lobster as the doctor. These torpedoes rose, surreal as the nose. Google goggle, you dead souls, frenetic. These knees and elbows, sleeping late to those public pseudo-intellectuals speaking against activist goddesses, Afro-communists, animal apologists, these anti-intellectual novelists, eider down these soft breasts you scoff at, rhymes feminine, these products by menen. To my elephant, you goldfish, these Blade Runner memories, this bullshit, tranquilizing the public, this sex rap, the mental collapse, these structures, this silencer to your muffler, the violence of the sufferer, this language twisted as the rubber, this rap puppeteer god, that OG, original ghostwriter speaking through me, evil as the trees. This Andrew Mbaruk rapping as Sartre and Camus, post-romantic this absinthe, smooth as chartreuse, mentally conjuring the neurotext at will, assembling his collage with glue instead of skill, and swallowing the neuroleptic pill, making these doctors a cool 10 mil. Andrew Mbaruk, this anime cartoon intergalactic, this affect from the heart of the moon. These insects swarm as wanton beetle mania, our simple pets warning as auguries of change. Hela, this winter a storm is on its evil way. As internet porn and comedy depraved alack. Truly that's the pot calling the kettle hot, as true to facts as Sonic the Hedgehog, a studious man in his office reading Chekhov, rumored to rap this sonnet he read to his dog, too puny to examine a quantum electron, yet numinous and cosmic as heaven and God. Exhaling raps as the volcano's ash and lava, abracadabra, as Drake manufactured in Canada. So many moving parts to this extraordinary machine, glued as they are to their phonotextual screens, said to be destined for a world less green, a world less serene, a world that's mean. It's like I've said before, I'm unafraid of obvious rhymes, nor am I as great as St. Thomas opines. I'm the best you can get. Have you guessed me yet? I'm the rhymes oozing out of these biblical texts. Neurological, his disorganized thinking. Philosophical, this ordered dialogue inked upon the king, like a tattoo of a shark, Christ or Andrew Mbaruk. Boastfully unproud, his notes from the underground. A Kanye, the spitter of bitter words, a Bronte sister with the literature, a brandy snifter, this wizard's curse, the candle whispers, this imp of the perverse, blurting God's secrets on the tape, your Kierkegaardian leap of faith, in the party and its DJ, naive, in the poetry I breathe, trees I read beneath, the steeples deceive, holy godly, these people sleeping on his commedia, encyclopedia, knee deep in the greed and lust, this Jesus. Heartbeats, we stethoscope to the street, hard to sleep as elbowed by this heat. careful of the word's etymologies. A veritable surgeon solves these paratactic from the parachute backpack, oddly ordinary. Gray thoughts afloat over me, seagulls in a gust, total recall as Proust. Traversing Hastings, God's worthless plaything, a casualty of fentanyl, blackly gleaming tentacles, this lost and recycled painting, forgotten as Michael Drayton, these small phytoplankton all talked into isolation, these ghetto genres of person, these letters drawn as the curtains, a Canadian red and white partaking in genocide on the west side. Heartbeats, we stethoscope to the street. Hard to greet these incredible beliefs, these ideologically Canadian apologies vague as the wind, waves and sand, or a stranger's hand ghostly on the shoulder, boldly Schoenberg, this ocean destroying his words. What's life if not drowning and waving from a crowded station, looking final in the photograph, putting vinyl on the phonograph, smoothing with autocratic hand these strands of eccentricity, combing the kinks out of their systematized deliveries, twisting rhymes Byzantine. Heartbeats, we stethoscope to the street. Hard to breathe this indelible grief, as in a manner drunk, depraved, this Canada discovers its graves, indigenous as the trees, this wintry grief, and the land they raped. This is a black day, un-Canada these beavers, un-Canada these believers, standing as the cedars, unplanned and unrehearsed, in black t-shirts, standing for their deepest hurt, re-entering their philosophy and questioning their frivolity. This lecture he audits to see the temperature drop sub-zero, shocked to hear this ghostly nothing no one cared to know, shot with the golden arrow, this Robin Hood, to your Hollywood, vomiting godly flim-flam, dropping as water in the tin can. Heartbeats, we stethoscope to the street. As the Old English accentual Beowulf, or the soul of Mingus, mentally playful as Conway the Machine, I vomit a verse as the Dante and Terzarima comedy with words, this crazy beard wrapping through your system, Shakespeare, the tragedy and magician, watch me turn beer into water, Father Lear and his daughters. If they were born to pun, to launch missives, betray your warbling, mumbled, somniferous raving, or to run from quantum physics, praying for fun, call it chicklet, flames to your dull and long-winded, this ancient order of nuns small and timorous, saving George from a fall infinite. These strange forms are none of Paul's business, nor Ringo's on the drums as John picks the licks. A hard day's holocaust of haunting images, exit realism pursued by nonsense limericks. As the wizard bakes this souffle, some sophisticated few may dig this rap winery swift as the blue jay with a lack of irony. If the sincerity of a raindrop is the storm's sincerity, then every strange thought I form is a verity, whether tragic as the American dream, or dancing carelessly to the licentious mandolin, demanding rights for the animal within. Love in the name of Bacchus, these muddled and shaken passages. Preserve in your hearts the neurotext, this wordy, hard, confusing mess. Burn this art into your flesh, and murmur in the dark my neurotext. 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 Taken aback, these fish made of math, the shape of his attack, an invisible naked man. This swim in a lake of raps, this Finnegan's Wake on acid, this cinnamon tasting magic, this invaded planet, disseminating his microplastic psychopathic, the dead brains desiring their last desire romantic. These red grapes divine as their magic fire disastrous. This asteroid hurtling in a foreign tongue. This sad joy purpling the orange sun, eclipsing language itself with the gaiety of 12 elves, 7 dwarfs, creative with electromagnetic force. This Zeus disguised as Poseidon imbued this divine environment with truth, the spine and mind within. This black body we float within. These raps hot as the cold wind in wintry Toronto, godly as mortal men, printing their ontological, phenomenological, swimming in the pond tropical, palms aloft in the flow of watery time. So Dasein in their careful goal completion. Oh, godly divine, where the soul meets the drum, this bass profoundly fingering the guitar, an insane amount of shimmering stars, expressed as this organ synthesized, as the performers improvised, his band of personalities, enchanted words standing as the trees, this plunderage, this opulence, this bloodiest song you defend, this spear in my side, this Jesus Christ, his thorny crown and bloody nails. Forgive them, Father, he yells. From the cross we kiss, in slime we dwell, vomit and piss, riding the celestial omnibus through cloudy Vancouver's heavenly rainforest, down through his years of angst and soreness, descending into the mirror stage, intending to mirror this age of the mirror's universality as a symbol for perception. The mirror's universality as a symbol for perception, this narcissistic echo of an undulating umbilical undertow and unfolding umbrella. Suffering into truth at York or U of T, humbling their view of the world blue and green, a lunar colony, colorful lunacy, groovy, this Odyssey colored beautifully, sparkles that bled from the bruise, cardinal as the red shoes, heels clicking, grief stricken, symbolizing this Glenn Gould smoking weed in a spliff again. Genius is my middle name, evil with the pistol aim. This beatnik is riddles in your brain, steeped in fiddle playing and Shinto praying. These 2 trillion beings, or one Afro-Caucasian, new to the hip-hop medium, oddly amazing in his awkward phrasings. As dog owners, we walk slowly the earth, softly covert as God and Noah were, drowning the stockbrokers, these pot smokers in the snow a blur, rolling the rock over their emotions unfurl, this purring fur. It never gets better than this beatnik, these letters you kept as the secret, impressed on the flesh this deep print, these clouds of thought, loud laws as power pop this cheap trick, enumerating elements of style as strunk and white in the slums and dives. We wonder why, drunk as the butterflies, dunked in the blood of Christ, some survive and others die. Is anyone as stumped by the puzzle as I? 2 trillion galaxies empty of souls, but the earth had to be special though, this ivory tower, to your mind fully down to earth. Temporary as the radical flashy newness. These graduate students inviting you home to view a slideshow, citing Foucault in their suicide notes, held in the pen by these men in white coats. Inverting time as tenet, precious as the grandfather clock, curving lines directed as meddling tools in the service of life. Ceases is hip to my every move, burning bright. Sick as COVID, scaring these scholars as cholera. This obituary, these modern phenomena. It's beautiful the way seagulls rake the air. As constellated words, these birds a great bear. This big dipper in your Milky Way. This fifth whiskey upon its silver tray. As real people wait for the state to wither away, perhaps the collapse will elapse this Christmas day. We'll just have to sit and wait, inactive in activistic debate. We'll just have to sit and wait, inactive in activistic debate. St. Augustine regarding the peach trees as the body expelling urine and feces, scrawling this epsilon, the Greek E, standing for eschaton peacefully. Ultimately death-oriented, this Dasein entering the vortex of his suicide chat line as neurotexts in your cat's mind. That wizard reposed at his nap time, penetrating dreams as the boring worm, pregnant with meaning as Lawrence Stern, dressed in a tee for torn shirt. These letters we read in foreign words, these print media of the past we doubt, as synesthesia, this olfactory bulb, this evil genius, a rapping skull. These women need me as Manson's cult. Trudeau believing he's holier than thou, that false feminist aligned with the Tao, allegedly as light through a cloud, a donative poet recycling pound, as dead frog supine and afloat. As I prepare to suicide with the rope, a friend calls and reminds me to cope, this clever knot entwining our souls. A cliché is all we have is one another, relayed as the baton to the fastest runner, spray painted upon the back of the club. These words, ancient as Ptolemy, grand as the multiverse. These racists want me banished from the culture and hanged for sophistry, man, it's not fair. The brain cannot be banned simply because it's there. It's not anathema to be critical of Canada, soft as a panda but not a land of manna. It's not anathema to gleam as the crystal palace of lost Atlantis and stuff as the godly planet above, rhyming bizarrely on cannabis with his mind set on Mars as the capitalist, measuring in days and hours your labor power, precious as amethysts. bus to Vancouver, half in a stupor, damned as the hooligans were who smashed his truth into words. Incoherent, this cat a cougar, sniffing your weird scent, necrological as the obituary the pervert peruses, doggerel literary murmured as music, a cop shot robbing the robbers, false gods as Holocaust authors, a sloth rop in Yakna Patafa, small as a drop of water atop this omnibus fallen on us, peaceless, sleepless as Drake his night terrors, or dreamin' in freedom to make the right errors, donning tight leather, pink cloudy blushes of pleasure, ringing loudly this rusty metal, his trusty bell, summoning lyrics, the cunning of pure spirit, this whisper of the real, under the usual weirdness, simple as Devo, in its beautiful clearness or clarity, fearless as transparency, this use of rhyming words, who the fuck is Heisenberg? Whose waves these guys and gals surf? Ask the child in the church, a diamond in the murk, as a timeless Bible verse these raps, chasing after wind even these ecclesiasts sin, an evil din these clanging cymbals, banging closed the windows, playing this crazy golden drivel, this poetry simple, dragging your soul out of a limbo, or playing the role of the dildo, boning in a disco.
Growing serenely as the greenery from the snow, flowing through machines, and as machines these flows, systems of information processing, the schools, the courts, simple this persistent aching to know the superhuman Lord. The options within these systems are decided before they present them to you, steering your physical and controlling your mental too. Our entertainment isn't about anything really real. Fantasy's the dominant genre. I know you know, and I know you know, I know you know. Fantasy's the dominant genre. Fantasy's the dominant genre. Fantasy's the dominant genre. These humans encaged. These humans encaged. There's as many of me as those listening, those friends of LG, standing for lil ghostwriters, these many Andrews, represented by skeletal remains, edible brains, these paintings, this independent order of odd fellows, Saul bellows in the flesh, these lengthy pleasantries, this courtesy, making new enemies with his verses these, he spits as the sparks from this spliff in the dark. In the hands of these cannibals, thinking they can handle the contents of his brain case, lively concepts Hades hates, damning the sinners with faint praise, They're not as great as they say, braving the day's final of this carnal, searching the heart of darkness for this kernel, starless darkness of this verbally tarnished instrumental, varnished with his mental breakdance, a kinetic graffito, ahead of his people, the humans. Illegally, these students of criminology, living honestly, simple as the god is to the ghost. Coughing so close to the microphone, recycling vital notions of the notion. Dreaming about her old man, his steam-powered phonograph, white power holding him back, the black father ghost attack, these sheepy shears after 3 beers lyrically, their deep fears, who can't see clear and weirdly, their unfocusing lens to this unholy revenge and unfolding defense, in pentameter lines describing nature, landing in the minds of stylish fakers, green grassy style, this wild maker, Afro-futuristic, this Friday with Saturday's news in it, this Miles Davis rapping his truth vivid, this sky gray with patches of blue delicious, another flying saucer descending, destroying shit, this drunk mind underwater descending for the joy of it, annoying the fish. Though they say I should be paid to smoke weed, this poet framed by the language police for floating away from their ancient Greece, this boat astray on the Aegean Sea. I've never strayed too far from the canon, driving my gray-blue car through these patterns, this snow globe broken in the cold. These old souls told to behold my raps flickering fiery as the lover, and standing behind me my butler, this proto-robot automaton, holding my coat and nodding along, as I flow so cold this frosty dawn, this total control of my swan song, this pot of weed my green thumb, to their chopped trees and tree stumps, these choppy seas and steampunk, to their false beliefs and seal hunt. I fought the needle and the needle won, did the damage as Neil Young, and I feel just like Jesus' son. On such a night as this beauty we're embedded in, one is reminded of the neurotext again, its passages, this chapter in which he's sitting at his bureau or desk reading the literary neurotext. These hooligans who rise from their graves, this human head in the microwave, this plutonium measured in isotopes that decay, this neurotext we write with our brains, swiping right for ancient and medieval literary modes, matching with sophistosophical women in purple robes, and falling for a vixen
predating as high modernism and penetrating totally her postmodern poetry. These post-coital cuddles, my voice sort of muffled as she asks me to freestyle rap. So immediately I spat aspects of rap, a theory of rap, the last rap, post-rap, postmodern at that, and after the fact, a post-mortem in the cold autumn, the most formal. A verse normal is a verse to formal constraint in an age of free verse. A verse to Greek verse, a rap verse, even this freak verse, it's unfashionable verse. In literary circles, they believed me the worst, but I was the first to converse with Allah, an angel angelic in the art world, a relic, an artifact, mastering the art of rap. As the sun rises behind the buildings, as the sun rises behind the buildings, one is reminded of his rhymes, their wisdom, the neurotext we form in our minds, as ears connect to porn for the blind, this underwear and swimwear, more punk for your Tinder, running as the river over 100 kilometers, drunkenly reverberating.
That's crazy, dude. Are you sure? Wow. Look at you. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I see. You know, it's okay. The college sophomore sold a beat to a famous rap artist. Double major in molecular bio and liberal studies, a non-starter. We met off the Fort Greene stomp in Industrial Cottage, but I could not give trip-hop recommendations of pleasures from Edouard Glisson. Sparing my thoughts on the Antilles and andouille sausage boiling in the pot. My trademark in notebooks I mark not. Instead this neurotextural vessel. But I didn't label my thoughts, that would be as jarring as Beyonce giving the black power fist to Bell Hooks reading Toy Derricat. And I continued my sinewy screeds, rebuffed the repeated requests for my long-sought letters of rec. Get the fuck away from me! The admissions of guilt to grad programs applied in the very front of my cortex. Who was this kid kidding? Self-referential like conceptions of black death, bubonic mulattoes, American broadcasting progress narratives between forceps. The kind of precepts that are post-racial. The kind of prefects on cable. You see, I was neither willing nor able to perform cyborg minstrelsy more authentic by the ladle. Stop it! Cause you see, eventually you will see. I hope so. I write into corners of inference between the drywall of insouciance and a plane of my neurons' quadrature to circuitous movements. My bloodline and vesicle is intertextual, the theater of the mind when the gene depth pool is rude. Epigenetics is the griot's prosody in space and time, might I add. And in my facile rhyme, starting from the brain stem atop the spine, I finally told the boy, Cool Herc didn't envision you in your dorm room making vapid fucking sound designs.
Fro do Baggins. Fro do Baggins. Deterritorializing rap, repositioning as the Kama Sutra, these words into bizarre assemblages, following the pleasure principle, and barely rhyming at first, then diving into the purple waves, and wildly turning the pages of Deleuze because the world is not enough, showing off my je ne sais quoi, my daughter, my diaphragm, iconic as Iron Man, this style of rap. Fro do Baggins. Fro do Baggins. This afro running from the Shire,
those pitchforks and waving fires, a delicious orange tasting like the lyre, transmitting as the rhapsode this passion poem, flying over the cartography as a reader, this honesty believer, snow falling on cedars, an old song repeater, poetry strong as the meter of Homer's long fevers, resisting the urge to clarify the wisdom in his careless rhymes. Fro, 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 do, do, Baggins. Fro, 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 do, do, Baggins. Meaningless as a game of euchre, his bleak essays on Vancouver, speaking empty play as superb as those dead ancient humans were, our greatest grandparents devising cunning plans, forgetful of our rhyming slumberland, with the gentle giant's underpants, bending minds to make your government dance, changing rhymes as he clumsily raps, in a strange style under attack, as AI and wonder such as that, as the gray-eyed mother of math, Athena guiding the hero's journey, speaking in rhyme to her nearest attorney, repeatedly denying Polyphemus' story, and leaving the trial unclear and unsorry. This defense of life's messiness as fact, essential to keep my message intact, this chaos of heavy green plants, this forest of elegantly queer math, this robot horticulturist reporting from the ultimate horizon of what sculpture is, and rhyming as the house he lifts, hurricaning home into this uncanny, wordy poem from students of this academy, this platonic zone of the human anatomy. Not much is known of its truths and fallacies. Living homeless in the fantasy, this winter frozen in his black beard. Fro, 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 do, do, Baggins. Fro, 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 do, do, Baggins. Born essential as the spinal cord, ornamental these diamonds and gold, more incredible the higher he goes, believably low as dinosaur bones. This mad King Lear, his rap career, valid as the beer and cannabis here. That's the reason you have his ear, the cannabis and beer, nothing more. He's motivated by the substance of existence, this Spinozan, touching clitoris to nose again, contorting the body as the freak, letting this Aristophanes speak the truth to those in power, zooming in close to the sound of the words, and counting these feet of verse, astounding greens and purples, leaves of myrtle and sweet berries, street charity these toonies, lunacy these loons and grebes, obliviously living their natural luxury, that not knowing we use drugs to perceive. As the sex and money this cocaine, entering the tunnel so brave, saving you the trouble of making your own outsider rap, inspiring the devout to write back, replying with their outsider rap tracks, riding the tidal wave at last, white as time traveled to the past, black as spiraling ashes.
Shaw, you dismiss this awful, ridiculous freestyling. Weird lines in the wind, this strange rapping. Aimless as the captain, Ahab attacking that Moby Dick, the holiest, that white whale in the infinite black sea. Simple as wrapping this tree into being, this mighty oak, rhymes that provoke your crazy life into strange strife, as the blade of the knife liars immersed in dung, insipid and purposeless rhymes absurd as the punishment. His mythic curses, whether dirty as the drums or invisibly nervous, lying burnt in the sun upon a lithic surface, firing words from a gun or carving glyphic verses, desire burning as the blunt, and art history first. This porpoise swimming in water green and clear, Orpheus singing this tall tree in the ear, this chorus mingling comedy and tears, transporting these household gods we hold dear, with the head of a Charles Sanders purse, resting under the dark hand of earth, his message in marks stamped on his shirt. These letters a garden or plant, both as verbs, the act of conveying green meaning, just had to break free of speaking. The Homo erectus knew what a phonotext is, but the neurotext, asleep and dreaming, is essential as the head is, or breakfast, bringing neurotextuality as fire to the philosophers, singing you remedies for the mind boggled by the multiverse, as if monkeys had words, communicating drunkly this flat earth that spun as the black circle. This porpoise swimming in water green and clear, Orpheus singing this tall tree in the ear, this chorus mingling comedy and tears, transporting these household gods we hold dear, as Aeneas in the neurons, this classical poem, neurotextual, until the microphone. It was so hard to found the race of Rome, cold as the heart of Pound, the greatest poet, to show artists how to hate the most, molding the dark power of radio into golden propaganda for shades and ghosts, unfolding as the banana his raincoat, and an old umbrella, that paper ghost, his soul a mellow Yola tango, the porpoise swimming in water green and clear,
Orpheus singing this tall tree in the ear, this chorus mingling comedy and tears, transporting these household gods we hold dear. Interpret the literature of life neurotextually. We're post-neurotextual. We're beyond neurotextuality. Neurotextuality widened the definition of literature to include everything in consciousness. Post-neurotextuality widens the definition of consciousness to include the experience of stones and stars. Dig. We're post-neurotextual, you fucking idiots. Fucking neurotextual idiots. No. You know, if you're still neurocentric, if you're still neurotextual, that's fine. But there's a whole world of post neurotextuality. You know, you should investigate post neurotextuality. I mean, it's pretty important. Recycling the news, knowing vital the truths those Buddhists teach. You could reach nirvana upon the nudist beach. Zen never-endingly pent in unfriendly times the ghost. Divided souls, humbly his tumblingly prideful boasts. Transmogrification of those realities beneath. Their modification via languages we speak, so gently over Newman, a human as the robots no one loved. Drip, 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 dripping blood. Ever beginning, never once sinning, but sinned against. Limbs extend, greenly leaves to the breeze these friends. Feathers for tickling, these latches for grifting, drifting and lifting sand to the sunlight so dumb, bright, brilliant, grand. Transmogrification of those Yes. 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 One small step for a little green Martian, dancing as the bird from firmament to garden. Plastic straws in this oceanic, rap without laws, this ocean of plastic. Jazz from a soul immersed in the blues. Absol literature and the news. As Ornette Coleman or John Coltrane, this constellation of swans afloat on the lake. Flash in the camera, snap of the foreigner. Back to their animal past racked with horror. This deconstruction of civilization. This wreath of blunt smoke, his little hiatus, Miles Davis. This free play of galaxies, trumpeting to the turbines and taxis, typing the stereo systemic boom bap, biting his carefully intelligent doom rap, foolish cats, hunting the hummingbird, banding as Beatles together under one word, being these demons. I can't believe what I'm seeing. A queue of quixotic questloves who quail, trembling under umbrellas as the snail in its shell, as the rain fell upon hip-hop, butterflies in the jail cell of hip-hop. What's love if not a book club? The drugs I bought to look tough, the circulation of information, this purple dragon in your imagination. Before you light a candle, to snort a line of dactyls, this Homer wild and animal, give force to my example, inform your tribe of rap's flow, orange behind the castle, the bloom of our pungent sunset, for whom I have nothing but respect as lunacy fucking up the text. The snooze button cousin of death, getting our news by internet, entering new rhymes into his head, present as lacunae in the text. These feathers I used to fly with the dead, lack a day he swears softly. These bad brains to their phrenology can't explain these very commies who fascinate with their automobile behind the wheel of a Volkswagen, reading the poet's pages, turning as the floating fragments, circling as crows over pavement, dig the rapper's absolute certainty, as a baraka to New Jersey, working to raise theater literacy, burning jays among creatures of the city, entirely bicyclical, these nerds' cartwheels hieroglyphical, these words aren't real, random asides as the rain ought to fall, sapid rhyme spray painted on the wall, standing in line at the Bank of Montreal, as your child plays with a Raekwon doll, ancient, older than Tennyson, H2O this refreshment, his filtered cold wit, dig your role in this poetry avant-garde. It's Andrew Mbaruk, your eulogist this sad evening. It's you who give this jabber meaning, centrally impregnable, his elegy respectable. MC's echo echoes, ecstasy mental, their end goal, left dead as heavy metals. This empty shtetl.
Sleep was his passion after his rap career, treatises in Latin, ballads in the vernacular. He Petrarched to his Italians, this Edgar Allan Poe. educational wisdoms, rescued as the kitten, trembling in his hands, remembering things past, elegiac his freestyles until he's senile, inciting strong feelings, febrile, writing for the wrong reasons, a rapper for all seasons, worthy his sonnet sequences, cerebral as 13 Wallace Stevenses. These poetry supremacists, madam, flowing through the entrance to the tavern. I'm KRS-One, at the gay bar getting drunk, naked as the lunch on his fork, flowing with nature, blurting his soul on the paper, writing his body into literature, as the copy of Christopher Marlowe's Dr. Faustus, carnal as the body is. These verses universal, this universe verbal, blue as the color purple, happy as the Mondays. It can't be unmade. Dig the rapper's passive role as verbal superconductor, flashing his langue and parole Ferdinand de Saussure discovered, crooning as Nat King Cole, word to your mothers, removed into this black hole so beautifully other. These other guys, each so singular, colorful rhymes dipped in vinegar. Hello, my name is Christopher Marlowe, William Shakespeare, Ben Jonson, garbled as the will of our Creator, God and His Son. Jesus Christ, I'm alive again, walking on water or flying in space as the saucer. This violently raging Father violating his creation, awry as paper in the wind, moshing as the metalheads dig the sapid elegance in these passages tenebrous, products of soma. Like rock and roll was, crashing into its coda, popping as the bubbly soda, these gods watching Fellini's Roma, stoned off these drugs. An indivertible lovely flow of poetry, the mouth of a cave, the cave of poetry, murmurs of the mind's unrest pouring out, this mountainous character steadfast devout, as the prayer issuing from his mouth, this hero Andrew Mbaruk, dear old Andrew Mbaruk, holding 2 tablets, his new commandments, truthful passages phosphorescing in a night of lies. You asked for it, a plant drinking his light from the skies, stealing fruit from the icebox. This poet in paradise, greeting you with rhymes God imposed before my very eyes, like a beautifully designed movie, clever, thought-provoking. 1 or 2 rhymes usually get the ball rolling solar. This orange I peel, colder than the sword I feel, so cool. Endless pills and liquor, dig if you will the picture, this prince dead of fentanyl, simple as the winter, my head rolling down the hill, laughing maniacally, relapsing into sobriety. Redistributing my rhymes as poetry over the page, problematizing rap's conventions with a weird turn of phrase, making hip-hop pure again. Or taking from the rich for the poor to win, gold and diamonds I proffer, stolen from the pirate's coffer, the joke dry and somber, told to my father, these smart lyrics, this William Carlos Williams. These dark spirits echo in the Marble Museum, this art stolen by demons. Sculptural as Rodin's men, these stone characters. Cultural appropriation, their Rome was there first, their America first. Beneath a heaven of lightning, dwelling in writing, meaningless pantoums and sonnets, feasting with the raccoons on garbage, dreaming of landing on the moon, this prophet. Asleep is the man who flew the rocket. We ask who Andrew Mbaruk is. Andrew Mbaruk in his office, this value cartoons to the populace, this schoolhouse aflame. Andrew Mbaruk in his office, and the man behind the name. Who is the speaker in this poem? What is the poem's latent content? How dare you destroy my truth with your paranoid hermeneutics? You dreamy incision into the meaning of my wisdom. You key to the religion of reading within a system. You stream of revisions of these sleepy pigeons. These weird decisions I make, every line sounding unlike what the listener expects. This tricky text, his rigid sex, simple as the bed, super complex. This use of my head to conjure these songs, words, this disorder. Blue and red, cops emerge from dark corners. Surrounding the concert, the concerto, this hilarious joke, this MC holding on to language, getting the crowd into this raw strangeness, making changes, writing new poems in the margins of poetry pages, going crazy for literature, rearranging the furniture. A comedy of motley greens, this jungle of laughter. Socrates, songster at sea, this Odyssey chapter. Squashy these strong beliefs under the feet of this rapper. Poppy seeds, nodding weeds, this opium addict's words. Thoughtful as the Greek philosopher's antique, this sapid verse. Gone in the teeth, wrong gone, strong weed over samples this verse. Impossibly, aquatically breathing underwater, psychotically mocking these stupid motherfuckers, with a style so exact and offbeat as the masterfully wrapped rap animal, as the cat, his stamina on the track, rapping as the lava in the lamp, flashing as the cameraman. This panther with a plan, random as chance, the rapper. This is my part, nobody else speak. This is my art, nobody else needs. This artist is to God as coffee to the beans, ripping apart the contract between rocks and trees and philosophy, digging the illusion of autonomy. I could never have done otherwise, drunk as the kite in the storm, under the first light of the morning, stumbling over Vancouver streets in the fog. What if half your beliefs is false? Philosophy and its idiots, lost at sea these Odysseuses, Christmas trees burning as spliffs in the soliloquy, slipping ridiculous as Freud, Byzantine, the system of hypnoise, vocalized these broken rhymes, patterned as the infinite multiverse, random, this simple, untrustworthy, shifting language, its multiple meanings, its multiplicity, these microbes, rhymes evoking old time, slow into a stillness, a photograph, a frame, in this motion picture playing this multiverse, this man with grenades on a rap crusade, his hunger and thirst, this multiverse.